Live now.
Well, everybody, a warm welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 31st of March 2022. I'm the Chair, Councillor Brian McGurk, and as our custom, we will begin with karakia. I'll lead. Tuia ki runga, tuia ki raro, tuia ki roto, tuia ki waho, tuia te hei tangata, ka ronga te pau, ka ronga te ao, hui e, toi ki e. Again, a warm welcome to everybody. Welcome to James and Finn, our youth councillors, also to Tanya and Robin, who are helping us in the background with the Zoom meeting, and also our officers who have joined us this morning. Normal Zoom and live stream protocols apply. We'll raise your hand for questions. That way it comes up on the screen, and I'll call out the order, and we'll use the green cross and the green tick and the red cross for voting, so that's the voting is clear and understood. Because we're live streaming, we'll take some frequent breaks. I look to have one about every 50 minutes to an hour as we go on, so just bear that in mind. I think probably take 10 minutes. And that makes sure that everyone sort of has rest and remains present while we are actually meeting. If you're leaving the meeting at any stage, just turn your video and mute sound off, and just let the GAs know that you're leaving through the chat function. Next item on the agenda is apologies. I have apologies from Councillor Noonan, and for Councillor Rainey has advised that he will be a little bit late. I'm not aware of any other apologies. Anyone else is there? So someone move that the apologies be received.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, and apologies as I may need to, well, I do need to step out for an appointment for about an hour or so.
What time that is, Councillor Giff?
1:15. Thank you.
Hopefully we will be done by then.
Happy to move the apologies.
Yeah, moved by Councillor Edgar. Someone to second.
Happy to second.
Councillor Laurie. Don't think there's any discussion or debate. I'll move it. Those in favour, just green tick. It's been carried. Anyone against? Great. Next item on the confirmation of order of business. There are no changes to the order of business, except that we have two new public forum speakers coming in, and two items on the confidential were missed in the open agenda to exclude the public, and the agenda's been updated prior to that being made public, but we'll deal with that. The reasons that we're doing the public excluded matters to protect the privacy of the natural person, and also to enable the local authority to carry on without prejudice or disadvantage negotiations. But we'll deal with that at the stage. So next, any interests that anyone needs to declare? Just a reminder to keep the interests register updated. Okay, we'll deal with public forum. First one is Mr. Daniel Jackson from Nelson Pride. So if we'd like to bring Daniel in. Morena, Daniel. Yeah, how's your volume? Yes,
I can hear you. Sorry, are you having trouble hearing me?
Yeah, it's a little bit faint.
Are you hearing me any better now?
A little better. We'll see how we go, but
Just yeah.
Great.
Is that any better?
Yeah, a little bit better. We can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so a warm welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting. You're representing, I think, Nelson Pride Incorporated, so 10 minutes. We're over to
Yes.
you.
Okay, so you can hear me all right. Yeah, kia ora koutou. So I'm Daniel Jackson. I'm a committee member of Nelson Pride. Nelson Pride is an incorporated society that exists to do several things, to run the Nelson Pride Week and to organise other sort of safe social spaces and events for the rainbow community, but also to advocate for the rainbow community in the Nelson Tasman region and promote its rights and equality. So the Nelson Pride supports the bike stand option, and we've come to this decision after consultation with our community and members, and we essentially, our reasoning for that is that we want to we want this to be something that is safe and inclusive for everyone. We don't want this to be we don't want to have something that while seeking to obviously to recognize the rainbow community, potentially excludes or causes accessibility or safety issues for any other part of the community, and in particular any other minority group. We have talked to the blind and low vision community and heard their concerns, and we really don't want to see a situation where something that is being done to recognise the rainbow community causes negative effects for another marginalised group, another minority community. And that was that view was overwhelmingly supported in the feedback we had from the members of our community. They very much want a solution that works for everyone, and they don't want to have an option that could cause negative effects for any other group within the community. And of course, we recognise that there will be rainbow people within the blind and low vision community. So ultimately, you know, it's a matter of ensuring that that the option that we go for is safe, accessible and inclusive for everyone. So we're very excited about the option of the bike stands. We think that they'll be a very visible symbol of our Nelson support and recognition of the rainbow community. And we think that it is an approach that will mean that the rainbow community is recognised in a way that doesn't negatively affect any other group and doesn't pit different minority groups against each other. So that's why we support that option in essence. I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, we certainly have some time. So any questions of Daniel? Yeah, I've got Councillor O'Neill-Stevens and then Councillor Laurie.
Thanks, Brian. Kia ora, Daniel. Just a quick question. Obviously, you've seen the report, and within there, within that sort of bike stand option, there's doing just one or doing both of them. Do you have a view on whether it should be one of the stands or both of the stands?
I think our preference would be for both of the stands. They're both in good locations that would give good visibility, and so I think we would say that if we can do both, then that's great, and will provide even more sort of visibility for it.
Thanks, Daniel.
Councillor Laurie, then Councillor Bowell.
Thank you, Councillor McGurk. Thank you, Daniel. Nice to see you. Hey, first of all, can I just say that I think this is very gracious and understanding of Nelson Pride. So well done. Do you know, has this issue become such a big issue when it comes to pride crossings in other parts of the country?
Well, I know we did have a look at you know, the issues. I mean, not just in New Zealand, but internationally, it seems that it has been an issue that has been raised with quite a number of pride crossings, and there have been concerns raised by members of the blind and low vision community. And, you know, I think there have been criticism in some cases that there hasn't been sufficient consultation with members of that community. So it seems like it has been an issue that's been raised with a number of proposals or crossings, both in New Zealand and internationally.
And did members, through the chair, did members of Nelson Pride talk to other members of the queer community in other parts of the country about this, and what had happened in the situations where they've had pride crossings installed?
We haven't had specific discussions with other organisations in other parts of the country. I mean, we've mainly been focused on consulting within the community here since we, you know, became aware of the issue. And you know, ensuring that we had consensus within the community here, and you know, we got pretty overwhelming consensus on that. So that's really been our focus.
Great, thanks very much, Daniel.
Councillor Bowater, did you have a question on this, Sabina?
Definitely been asked, and thank you very much for coming in this morning, Daniel. Very gracious your comments and presence here. Thank you.
Good. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any more questions, Daniel. Hey, thank you very much. Thanks for your very clear position and view, and taking the time to come and speak with us this morning. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good. The next item, item for public forum is Karen Wilson from Blind Citizens Low Vision Nelson Branch. Good morning, Karen. A very warm welcome. Just ask you to unmute. We can't hear you.
Oh, tricky.
Yes.
Better.
Yes.
Yay.
Great. Hey, lovely to see you again, and a warm welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting. You're representing blind citizens, blind low vision citizens, Nelson Branch.
It's tricky. It's tricky, Mr. McGurk. There are two separate groups, but we all the same people. So it's Blind Citizens New Zealand Nelson Branch, and I'm a member of Blind Low Vision, which is, you know, it is the Blind Foundation.
Great. Okay. Oh, well, we're in your very, very capable hands. So 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to talk about the subject. I feel like I've been talking about it along with most of you probably for the last little while through COVID. Our position really hasn't changed. For those that aren't aware, we really don't want anything painted on footpaths, roadways, cycleways, anything where we have to walk and navigate. The paint, it affects our eyes, and it's a safety issue. I even have trouble side by side with the lovely bricks in Trafalgar Street, but I don't expect anybody to change that. So it's blind low vision, we've all said it, it's just safety. It looks like when we put our foot on a colour, it disappears, and it's very disconcerting when you have low vision. So that's our stand. We do support LGBTQI plus community though, of course, and would love to see the rainbow symbol somewhere in Nelson, bike stand's a great idea. So that's it for me, really.
Oh.
Does anybody have any questions?
Okay, we'll open up for questions. Any questions from the members of the committee?
Nope. Wow.
No. Oh no, we've got Councillor O'Neill Stevens.
Not actually a question. I just wanted to say thank you, Karen, for all of your engagement on this matter over the last little while. It's been really useful.
Thank you. Well, you know, I'm a member of this city. I'm a ratepayer. I'm a user. You know, I want to just make Nelson the best city we can. So it's a team effort, isn't it? And we don't want to alienate one section of the community from another. We want to be a team.
Brian, I've just got a quick question, if that's all right.
Councillor, so fire ahead.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Councillor McGurk. Hi, Karen. Thank you for being here. Just after the Pride Crossing plan was announced last year, there was a fair bit of commentary, and some Nelson young people decided to take to the streets to share their thoughts on the issue with some really heartfelt chalk art, which I think a lot of people really appreciated the message that they had in that art. And I'm just wondering, how does that affect people with low vision?
A lot. Anywhere we walk, cross, anything we're looking at. But as you can understand, those of us that are not completely blind have what we call low vision. And unfortunately, it's only 4% of the population membership that are actually completely blind. And even then, they still see colours or lights. But for the rest of us, our eyes do different and strange things depending on what issue we have and we were at in that stage. So for me, and I have macular dystrophy, which is basically it's sort of like a junior form of age-related macular degeneration. And that means all my central vision's gone. And it's like, when I look at a line, it's like I'm looking at a mirage. So any linear lines, any color blocks, some colors disappear, others are there, lines go all wobbly. So when I'm walking, if there's something on the footpath that's on any of that category, I actually don't know where to put my feet because I'm not sure what I'm actually seeing. So it becomes a safety thing. So yeah, the lovely chalk drawings on footpaths, anything like that is just really tricky for us to navigate. And it's because it's not there one day, it's there the next, that type of thing as well. So I missed out on that. I didn't even know that they were up there. So I can't have been walking the streets at that time.
So through the chair, Karen, do we have anything else that's on the footpath or the road at the moment that may be presenting this problem that we haven't considered?
Well, for me, it's all the bricks, all the lovely bricks. You know, they bugger up my eyes, but I have got to the point where I'm trying not to look at the footpath where I'm walking, and I've now got to the point where I use a cane, so that helps me a lot navigate around things like that. The only thing I think of is the Tapahi Street, beautiful artwork on the road there, and all of those coloured markings on that whole area where they've painted intersections with different colours. That's really hard and confusing. It's like, where do I cross? What is that? Is that actually flat on the ground or is it 3D? Is it a barrier I have to walk around? How do I negotiate that? It's on a dangerous point because it's on a roadway. I want to cross it. So yeah, at the moment that appears to be the only thing I can think of, apart from on a private company, which is Fresh Choice. They've changed their black and white zebra crossing to lovely painted artwork. I can't walk across that crossing anymore.
Karen, thanks for letting us know all that. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
No worries.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question from Councillor Fulton.
Thank you so much for coming and presenting. And I guess my question is perhaps slightly similar to Roy's. So my question is, the black and white zebra crossings, you can navigate that because it's been there for a long time, or black and white's on an issue?
Well, it's a yin and yang, isn't it?
Yep.
Black and white is an international zebra pedestrian crossing. everybody knows what it is, and because of that, we've kind of got used to it.
Right.
We know what it is, and so black and white's fine. It's about contrast and not too much of it, not too many linear lines and that sort of thing. So the black and white is just black and white. We know
Okay,
what it is. The red and white that has been put in Te Hunanui and TDC have put it on their pedestrian, what was their pedestrian crossing in Queen Street, red and white. That threw us all for a while. We're now used to it, but yeah, it's a tricky thing.
That's very interesting. I have one last question. So in Wellington on Street, they have a rainbow crossing, but it has a noise signal, so you can't actually cross unless unless you've got the pedestrian green light to cross. Is that slightly different because again you get used to it and you've got an audio cue that you can cross then?
I can't speak for the people in Wellington, but my own example with, for example, chairs and things out on footpaths in Nelson and obstacles, I just don't go anywhere near that area.
Right, okay.
We walk a lot, blind people, and the reason we walk a lot is we walk around obstacles. So we go away from things. We have to, we'll walk an extra street to avoid an area.
Okay. That's really helpful. Thank you so much for taking the time to share your world with us.
Thank you.
I don't think there's any other questions. Thank you so much, Karen. Really appreciate the perspective that you bring to this and the time you've given to the work you do for blind citizens and others of visually impaired. It's I need to acknowledge that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We'd just like to also thank Blind Low Vision for all of their support through this time with this activity, and we do work closely with them. So I'd like to thank all the staff and the CEO of Blind Low Vision New Zealand.
Again, thank you so much. Okay, next item, keep on moving things along. Confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 24th of February, pages I think 10 to 16 of your agenda.
I'll move that, Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
I'll move that.
Move Councillor Courtney. Someone to second. Oh, I'm happy to second. Any discussion or debate? There being none, I'll move that that we confirm the minutes of the meeting of the 24th of February as true and correct. Those just green tick. Anyone against? It is carried. Right. Chairperson's report. I don't have a written report, and nor do I have a verbal report. So that item's been dealt with. So next item is the draft parking strategy. I think this is Parfitt, your report. We'll take it. The report and the attached draft strategy and draft management plans have been read. If there's anything you wish to highlight or anything that any additions or alterations that need to be brought to our attention?
Kia ora tātou, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to present this report for your consideration today. I'm hoping that on the call I have Mrs. Sue McCauley. I think she's about to join us. Sue is our team leader in the Transport Activity Management team, and she has been heavily involved in the development of the draft strategy, the engagement that went into it, and the analysis. Sue, I hope, is here to help me take any questions that you may have. And as you have suggested, we will take the report and the attachments as read. But as always, I do like to introduce and present a brief summary before we take those questions. So today we seek your consideration and approval of the draft strategy so that we can take it out to the community to seek their feedback and hear what they think. In a nutshell, we know that parking is recognised as having a significant role in influencing transport decisions. And it's with that lens that we have drafted this parking strategy. We now seek feedback from the community on this strategy because it provides a framework for you as council to make consistent and transparent decisions for managing on-street and off-street parking, that council controls, and decisions around prioritisation or reallocation of road space going forward. So the strategy hasn't been worked up in isolation. It's worked very closely alongside work streams involving the Nelson Plan, the Future Development Strategy, the Public Transport Plan, and the City Centre Spatial Plan. And later this year, we'll be bringing you the Active Transport Strategy and hopefully a Speed Management Plan. And all of these things are linked together. So interestingly, there has been quite a lot in the media this week relating to parking strategies, because this very day, Auckland Transport are making the same decision about putting their draft strategy out for public feedback. So many of the challenges faced in Auckland are common here, albeit on a smaller scale. So the points that have been made, I would like to share them in our context. Nelson is growing as a region, and over the next decade, this has the potential to add more congestion to our roads. Private vehicle use, we know, is a major contributor to the city's transport emissions, and that needs to be reduced. To address those challenges, we need to decrease vehicle kilometres travelled and enable active modes and public transport to serve our communities far more than ever before. And that means making space for them on our road corridors. And that can be at the expense of moving vehicles or stored vehicles, parked vehicles. When you do that, you can end up with communities flourishing using what has traditionally been parking spaces or parking storage, and giving them space and genuine transport choices that make our streets more livable. So that's just a little bit of context, and it's interesting that the conversation is being held all around the country. Back to this strategy, a large amount of work has gone into developing the draft, including engagement with stakeholders, workshops with yourselves, and as I said earlier, a lot of analysis of parking data and parking occupancy. The draft strategy is aligned to Council's long-term focus on developing a sustainable transport system. It is consistent with Council's endorsement of the Nelson Future Access Study that recognises that parking management is a tool in the toolbox for achieving that study's goals. Just how the parking strategy does this is outlined in its principles, objectives, framework, and is applied through the parking management plans. And you'll see that there are 3 parking management plans appended to this report. There's a great deal of detail in this parking strategy and the draft PMPs, far too much for me to cover in this summary, so we'll leave that for question time. However, I do want to go to the pains of saying that we don't see this strategy as being anti-car at all. It recognises that there is a place for private motor vehicle use, and it seeks to address some of the existing, I would describe as inequities in the system that see an abundance of cheap, or in some cases free parking, that do little to encourage mode shift or the uptake of public transport and active transport. The framework has tools within it that will ensure that those who are most in need of parking will have it provided. So that could be accessible car parks, loading zones, short-term parking for those quick trips into shops, or maybe going forward parking for car share schemes. And that parking is still available for others, but that it becomes a far more user pays platform, because in reality, there is no such thing as free parking when you look at opportunity cost. It's also important to recognise that many of the initiatives mentioned in the strategy and in the parking management plans are phased. So they won't be brought in until we have got the public transport system in place and the active transport corridors in place, and that changes to parking management will be triggered by data. It's also important to recognise that the proposed engagement is not a special consultative procedure. This is a high-level strategy, and any changes that come out of it through the parking management plans would be progressed through other mechanisms with appropriate levels of consultation. That could be the long-term plan, it could be the parking and vehicle control bylaw, which is due for review next year, or if it's minor, it could be through the hearings panel other. So in summary, we do seek your approval to take this draft strategy out for public feedback today. That's what the purpose of this report is. If you approve, then the engagement plan as described in the report will be put into action, and officers will bring feedback, will collate and bring you feedback in a report that we are aiming for the 4th of August Infrastructure Committee for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parfitt. A comprehensive summary as always. Really appreciate it. So we've got quite a lineup of questions. We've got Councillor Edgar, Councillor Laurie, Councillor Courtney, then Councillor Bowater. I'm sure there'll be more questions to come. So Councillor Edgar, you're first off.
Thanks. Yeah, just a couple of questions. So in your list of stakeholders, you haven't actually listed schools. Now, I know you've listed Ministry of Education, but I think it's very important to be talking to schools directly. It's like the difference to me between talking to LGNZ and talking to councils individually. You know, one has an overview, one has quite specific requirements and knows their community more directly. So they're not on the list. So is there an intention to talk to affected schools?
Through the chair, certainly that's something we can do. We actually know that the ministry have let us down a little bit in the past, and it's more efficient for us to go directly to schools, so we can add those schools to the list and make sure that we push this out to them. Yes.
Thank you. Now I know this is a, you know, there's phases. There won't be a direct impact on, you know, fees and those, you know, come in the next stages, but I still get a lot of feedback, and I'm just wondering if this is something you'll, you know, cover in some of your engagement. Is I still get a lot of concerns from people about the parking meters and that people can't read them, they're too small, and just even about our signage. And while regular users of them, people who are coming into the city all the time, like them, if you're a visitor or a less regular user, we still get a lot of feedback. So I know that's not directly this, but of course it does sort of, it impacts people's perception of paid parking and whether we should have parking, and, you know, how accessible it makes parking for them. So is that going to be addressed as part of this, or, you know, as in, you know, some of our, how we engage with the community or talk to the community?
Through the chair, the purpose of this report is to push the strategy out for public feedback. I think what you're mentioning are valid concerns, and we can perhaps address them operationally. I know there was an upgrade to the parking meter screens to make them full colour. I believe that's all been rolled out, but we can certainly talk with you more about what those concerns are, but it's kind of not the purpose of today's. The mechanism of parking, the paid, is something that will fall out of the high level strategy. And it's probably a conversation for another day.
Yes, I was just thinking it might, you know, you might get some of that feedback as part of this, because people see parking. Yep. There's quite a lot to read. They may not read all of it and see it as that opportunity. And so that's why I was just wondering if, yeah, how that was going to be maybe managed.
Oh, through the chair, look, we welcome feedback from road users of all kinds at all times. So we're always listening.
Yeah, thank you. And just my final feedback is just on the document, and I may not have raised it at this committee before, but I pretty much raise it every time a document goes out for consultation, and that is design accessibility. You know, we're talking about accessibility and design accessibility of this document, of having white on a dark background is not accessible. And so for people, for example, with astigmatisms, it actually makes it very fuzzy to read. So I have an astigmatism. It's actually quite common. And so these documents are just totally fuzzy, and I have trouble reading them. And I think, you know, especially when we're talking about accessibility, we need to think about design accessibility as well. So if we can think about the design of this document before it goes out, the final design, that would be great. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
Councillor Laurie, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Sue. Yeah, really, really important work, and great to see it in the agenda today. Just a few things. Page 40 of the report talks about Tasman District Council introducing paid parking, looking at introducing paid parking. But is that likely to make much difference in the competition with Richmond issue, given how much of the parking in Richmond is on privately owned land, on the mall's land?
Through the chair, that's a good question. They will be introducing paid parking in the council-owned spaces, but they have no control over the Richmond Mall parking. The impact yet to be seen. And, you know, it's still not really free parking in the Richmond Mall car park. The retailers who work out of Richmond Mall are paying for that on behalf of their customers through what they pay to lease the shops in the mall. So somebody's paying for it. Whether it changes driver behaviour, I think we've done some work in the past to show that the parking or the availability of free parking in Richmond is not a big decision maker when people decide whether they're going to turn left or turn right out of their driveway in Stoke. It's about the other aspects of what that retail precinct offers. Some people like mall shopping, some people like what Nelson City offers. So the parking was not as significant as some people perceive it to be.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. Next question through the chair. I didn't spot it in the report. I'm sure it's been in another report, but what has, and I know it's difficult with COVID, but what has pay by plate done to revenue for Nelson City?
Through the chair, our revenue has gone up through pay by plate because we no longer have people taking advantage of the 1 hour free parking by going out and putting a new sticker or ticket in their windscreen, which was really quite an abuse of the free 1 hour parking scheme before we introduced pay by plate. So our revenue has gone up because of that, and the ability to enforce that 1 hour free has gone up as well. Yep.
Has it gone up by much?
I don't have those figures directly in front of me, Councillor Laurie, sorry.
You were going to call me Councillor Courtney, weren't you? It happens all the time. It's really, really interesting. And I take it as a compliment, Mel. Page 62. There's some commentary there about the impact of 1 hour free parking. And I'm wondering, and I have heard this from people in the hospitality sector, is it possible that 1 hour free is having a counterintuitive impact on getting people into town and getting them to stay in town? And what it's actually doing is discouraging people from spending longer than an hour in our central city?
Through the chair, that is possible, and that's why we want to look at going forward, potentially changing the way we have our parking charges done. So I think in the parking management plan for the central city, it looks in the medium term at reviewing that 1 hour free and introducing graduated car parking. So it could be that your first hour is $4, but that or your sorry, I'll rephrase that. There is an example in here from Auckland City, so that your first couple of hours are much cheaper, but it's not just 1 hour, it's longer than that. And then the long term, the prices ramp up. So graduated pricing is something that we propose to look at. But that is a possibility, what you've suggested.
Yeah, thanks. A couple more questions to the chair. I'll try and make them brief. What has been the experience of other centres who have had 1 hour free parking or 2 hours free parking, whatever? They've introduced it as a way to try and encourage people into town, and then they've taken it away. I'm just wondering what we might be in for if we go down that route.
Through the chair, I don't see Mrs. Macaulay on this call, and I'm hoping
I'm here. Oh,
you are there. Sue, do you know the answer to that one through the chair?
We haven't through the chair, we haven't specifically investigated that because we're not proposing it. But my understanding is that it is not a popular move, and it has been quite detrimental to some of the centres that have done it. But it's not something that's been done extensively through New Zealand. It's there's not that many places have got the free parking that similar to us, but It has resulted in a couple of places, and I'm struggling to remember where they are because we haven't investigated this in a huge amount of detail.
Sure.
But yeah, I think there's been a fair amount of pushback from the retailers.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. Thank you. Page 64, there's a something in there that in the report that shouldn't be there. The bottom paragraph, it says it's in bold, error, reference source not found.
Thank you,
Just so you know about that.
I nearly did it again. Thank you,
No,
Councillor.
Mel,
Through the chair, there are a couple of typographical errors that we have found, and of course there is in the recommendation the ability for minor edits. So we have also picked up on them. Please accept our apologies. They will be rectified.
More than accepted. Thank you. And my last question, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. You know, parking is a very controversial issue. People have strong feelings about it. In my experience, we have workshops and consultants come in and experts chuck ideas at us, and then that goes through a kind of filtration process. And then what we see when we get to the stage of the process is not necessarily, well, sometimes it gets a little bit watered down, but in a way that makes it more palatable for everyone, or perhaps more realistic. If we were going to be bolder, what would be in here that's not in here? Just so we can get some context.
Councillor, I think it's probably a bit of an unfair question. Yeah, we've got a draft strategy to put out. If people want it bolder,
Oh yeah,
I would encourage them to make a submission, and I'd love to hear from them.
I thanks Councillor McGurk. I understand that, but I think, you know, it's really useful to get ideas out there, and I'm just wondering if this is an opportunity to do that, because I'm genuinely curious. I don't know the answer. If we were going to be bolder, what might be some of the things that would be in here that are not in here?
I think that's probably a bit of an unfair question.
Look at the smile on Marg Parfitt's face. She wants to answer this question.
She's put up a recommendation that we put out the draft strategy. So let's hear. Anyway,
So you're smiling too.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Marg and Sue, look, I'm very, I know all the others are too, but I just want to express my delight at this document. It seems to have been well considered and thoughtful, and I'm looking forward to the responses we get. I'm just wondering, page 21, 7.6, you do make reference that data highlights there is already strong demand for long-term parking on the fringes. Not on the fringes, but on the fringe. And I'm just wondering whether we should give more commentary on that, because that could raise questions about where and when and all that type of thing. And we don't actually supply that. Your thinking on that, Mark?
Through the chairs, I'll defer to Mr. Macaulay on that one.
The actual detail of what we're looking to do in the fringes is in the parking, sorry, through the chair, is in the parking strategy, the parking management plans that are attached. So they're showing how we would be looking at triggers for changing or managing the parking in the fringe. We're under a lot of pressure now with intensification, and we're getting a lot of developments with no parking. So we're having to expect that we will have to look at including or introducing time restricted parking and residence parking more extensively in the fringe, to reserve the residence parking and to remove the all day parkers that are compromising the use of some of our residential streets. The other side of that is that, as part of the package that Marg was talking about earlier, we have to provide an alternative for people to want to park all day in our fringes, and that's what the public transport plan and the walking and cycling packages are, to provide people with alternatives to parking all day in the streets. We're not stopping them if they want to, but they're going to have to walk further, and they will have alternatives by a much better public transport system. So we're recognising that we will be pushing people out of the street, some of the fringe streets. Ultimately, if we follow the parking management plan that has been included. But we are providing them with an alternative as well, which is an alternative form of transport.
Thanks,
Does that
Sue.
make
There's a
sense?
couple of- yeah, no, it does. Thank you. No, you always make sense. The other couple of things is I can't see, and you're going to tell me it's in the plan too, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make the point that when we're communicating and engaging with the community, there should be some little detail, or more, not little, more detail in respect of where we're going to provide more parking on the fringe. But anyway, I won't go there any further. Stoke and Tahuna, I noticed there's nothing referring to further thinking and providing more parking at Stoke, the Stoke Village, and that area is going to grow. There's no question about that. And I hope you're going to tell me that it's in the plan, but I don't see it in the documents I've read to date. And also at Tahuna Nui, we have no, in what we've been provided here today for this meeting, nothing references parking at Tahuna Nui either. Now, there's going to be growth there, and there's already overflow from Tahuna Nui Beach into parking at the village. So I really want to see some sort of thought given to those two villages, Stoke and Tahuna. Marg or Sue? Would you like to speak to that?
Through the chair, yes. No, you're right. There is no recommendation to increase the parking in either Tahuna Nui or Stoke specifically. Very much this parking strategy is looking at managing the parking that we currently have and not increasing it because of the climate issues, the emission control that we're trying to achieve. Both Tahuna Nui and Stoke will be very well served by public transport. We're looking to enable better local public transport access into Stoke. The new public transport plan includes a demand responsive service around Stoke. The other side of that is that there is nowhere in the centre of Stoke to put any more parking. So the plan is to better manage the current parking. I mean, at the moment, we're told there's a lot of abuse of the 3-hour restricted parking by the local business workers. So again, it's a situation where we will be looking for the long-term parkers to be either using alternative modes of transport or parking further away. So it's going to have an impact on all the locals, the surrounding streets, so that the parking that is very close to the facilities, in Stoke it's always Strawbridge Square, so that we get a better turnover and a better use of better utilisation of the parking that is available.
What about buying further land, Sue? I'm thinking of a derelict building or a couple of properties that on the fringe. I'm not talking about right in the heart of Stoke, perhaps.
Well, that is an option. Through the chair, that is an option. It does go very much against our council, lenses of modal shift and climate change and emission control. And I think that there would be quite a lot of discussion about whether that is the right way that we should be managing the parking by increasing it.
Yes, well, thanks for that, Sue. I could debate with you all day on that, quite frankly, but I respect your opinions.
I realise that.
I respect your opinions. Thank you.
Okay, look, it's getting up to just 10 to 10. We'll do a couple more rounds of questions, but we're having a break around about 10 o'clock for 10 minutes. So bear that in mind, and if there's still more questions, we'll come back after that. So I've got Councillor Bowater, then Councillor Skinner, Councillor Brand, Councillor Neil-Stevens, and Councillor Fulton. Anyway, Councillor Bowater, your turn.
Thank you. For what you've just said there, Brian, I'll not re-ask questions in a different manner that have already been asked by others. That sometimes tends. Page 84, the Tahuna Structure Plan. I actually wondered about this plan. It says it was adopted, and however, there's been limited progress on implementing the structure plan. So why was that there was? Does anyone know? Was anyone? I mean, the youth councillors obviously weren't born when this was adopted, but I'm just wondering. Why has there been limited process limited progress on implementing the structure plan. Does anyone know why it didn't get, it's in here and I wanted to know, why didn't it? Anyone know? Marg, Sue, anybody know? Alec, why the adopted structure plan that was adopted in 2004 hasn't had anything done?
Sorry, through the chair, my recollection, and it isn't just a recollection, I'm not directly involved in this, but there was an issue with the land holdings. There's been a part of the structure plan is very reliant on some private development. On the Ocean Lodge site, and my recollection again was that the council focus went to the heart of Nelson in the late 2000s. Then the council focus went to Stoke, and then it went back to the centre of the city centre. So I think it's just been that the focus hasn't gone back onto Tunanui. That's my recollection. Mm-hmm.
So, okay, that's interesting. I was wondering too about EV and car sharing, because I'm wondering if there's places to park. Is that going to be part of the plan, or is that a bit lower down that we'll be looking at plug-in points throughout Stoke and Tahuna and everywhere else? Is that going to be looked at? Is that part of this as well? I'm sorry, I just couldn't really find a lot of detail, because obviously we're up here and we're putting it out for consultation to get feedback from the community on what they want in their townships. So was there any area set aside?
So through the chair, we in the parking management plans, you'll see there are some words around investigating funding for more council provided EV charges. And I think in the Stoke one, it talks about potentially EV charges being put in at Green Meadows. So it is in there. And there's also some words around investigating the car share schemes. So it is the detail is in there. The detail is in there, although somewhat buried in the PMPs, but they are there.
But is there the same consideration being given to Tahuna that's been given to Stoke?
Look, the use of EV charging stations and the funding for them is being investigated. So the actual exactly where they would go is a level of detail that we would get to later on. But first of all, we've got to get buy-in that doing more of that is a good idea, and then where they would get the funding for them, and then where they would go would be part of ongoing conversations.
Okay, I'm just thinking of the people that go down and use the beach, etc., and things like that. I mean, if we're encouraging, it would be a great thing to consider that area as well. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Marg and Sue. Page 18, and you're covering engagement, and I see you've done a lot of engagement and meetings, which is great. And on 5.1, it ends with parking was a strong theme. Can you elaborate on that? Was that from those engagement with the community saying we're needing more parking, or are they saying we need less parking?
Through the chair, this was that comment is in relation to the engagement that Alan Gray did for Te Awa o Whakatū. I believe there was strong support. I don't have Mr. Gray on the call. I may have Mr. Shattuck on the call. I'm not sure. Parking was a strong theme, and there was a lot of feedback around making our city centre, so it was the city centre spatial plan that was being engaged on at the time, about making our city centre far more people orientated than car orientated. So that was a strong theme. Parking is part of that. So, potentially changing the way our city centre looks and feels, being more about people and less about cars. I think there was also some discussion around the need, and it's reflected in the report, that there is some concerns around long-term commuter parking. And as Mrs. Macaulay mentioned earlier, this strategy is being done in conjunction with improvements to public transport and active transport. So Mr. Shattuck is trying to get onto this Zoom call but can't. If the administration advisors would like to let him in, he may be able to add more, or is that satisfy your question?
Almost. Well, there were a lot of meetings was great with the businesses, etc. I assume they were asking for more parking or more accessible parking or turnover parking rather than less parking. Would that be correct?
So through the chair, can I dive in here? I attended some of the meetings with the Alan Gray's group. There was a real contradiction, spread of opinions.
Okay.
We had some retailers who said that their businesses will fail if they can't allow somebody to park outside the front of their premises. There were others that said that there's enough parking in the city centre for short-term parking, but there's not enough parking for their workers. So there was a real range of parking comments. So when we said that parking was mentioned, constantly, it was a range of comments that there was issues about accessible parking, about the 1 hour.
I'm just wondering the theme.
not
If there was a
being
theme, if a theme came through, I wonder if there was a theme came through from that parking, whether it was more or less or keep the same. But I guess this engagement will come back on that. I attended some of those engagements and it was very interesting. And obviously you hear from people on the street as well, and tend to think that parking was high on the topic of needs. But I like the on 6.2 on page 19. I like the statement: parking management needs to balance community expectations for cheap or free parking close to destinations and access needs of multiple users. Just a bit of a comment there. But the other thing was I see, and I won't double up on Mel Courtney, but I see that we are not going to be increasing any of the parking in Tahuna and Stoke central areas, and that sort of goes counter to my thinking. If we are intensifying, putting more pressure on these areas, and these areas are getting more popular, especially with the way we're developing Tahuna reserves and parks, etc. Just my thinking and how that's been reflected. But I see that the stance has been not to increase parking, and we don't need to answer because see if you've talked about modal shift. I like the term multi-mode, which was used here, and one of the items. The other quick one was EV chargers being put in. Who pays for the energy used? If we were doing it, who pays for that energy?
Through the chair, it's user pays. So you,
Okay.
I don't have an EV, so I can't speak from personal experience, but I understand you swipe your credit card or your debit card.
Okay.
I
That's
believe
not the case with the
how it
ones we've got. Is that the case with what we've got ones at the moment in
works.
town?
Through the chair, we only have one in town, and that is over across in Miller's Acre. When that was first put in, it was free, but I believe that may have changed.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. That's all from me. Thank you.
Rightio, it's 10 o'clock. We're going to take a break for 10 minutes. Come back at 10 past, and Councillor Brand, you're the next one on the list. So 10-minute break, back at 10 past.
Sue, your video's still on.
It's 10 past. Hopefully everyone is back. Just wait for get a quorum. One. Need a few more elected members, so we've got a quorum. Okay, we have a quorum. We can get started. Back. Councillor Brand, you were next on the list for questions, so over to you.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I've got a few. Some of them have sort of half been asked, so I'm going to add to those ones. The first one, though, just front of mind, is the strategy talks about the Stoke Tahuna, but Tahuna have waka kotahi with their redevelopment of talking about their clearways and stuff like that, and people have already fed back in about the restrictions on parking or the removal of parking, their impact on their businesses, and also their premises where they will lose some frontage or they won't have, they don't have the ability to on-premise park now. So how is that addressed in this strategy to go out? Because they've already fed back in their concerns about that. So how does this address it? Because I couldn't find it.
Through the chair, I think
I have my hand up. Brian, through the chair, I have my hand up.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So through the chair, that is a separate piece of work in line with the council recommendation when council endorsed the Nelson Future Access business case. Back in October 2021, there was an item on that agenda that tasked officers with looking at addressing how we can move forward the off-street parking issue that will following the implementation of the southbound lanes by Waka Kotahi. So there's a separate dedicated piece of work that's happening behind the scenes as we talk, as a separate piece of work.
Okay, so will that be added in the Q&As that go out or in the drop-in centres? Will there be information available for people for that? Because while they're separate pieces of work, they do cross over and they do influence.
So there's we're targeting we're actually targeting specific engagement with affected parties. So it's quite focused in relation to how we're giving effect to that council resolution through the chair.
Okay, and so in Stoke as well, I mean, I know there's it sort of ties into Tahuna, but also Stoke now about how does this document and the engagement reflect future or known about developments in the areas, and how does that impact the questions around parking and this engagement that's going out? How's that going to get addressed?
So through the chair, yes, we are aware of some development happening in Stoke, and a lot of the recommendations you'll see in the Stoke Parking Management Plan are cognizant of that. So that will happen. The recommendations that are in the Parking Management Plan for Stoke are don't mention that development, but they can happen at the same time as that development.
Okay, so again, is that going to get covered in like some question the information provided, or?
Certainly we'll put something out that kind of signs that one out. It sort of acknowledges that this parking strategy and the parking management plan has not been done in isolation of what we know is or could be happening in those areas.
Okay, cool. And the other feedback that I've had from, well, actually from everywhere was, but mainly in Stoke and in Tahuna, is the mobility parking. And in the strategy, it talks about there'll be no increase in parking, but the feedback that I've been getting already, and I assume council have had a lot of this feedback in the past already, because they've told me that they have written in and they have made past submissions, is that there is limited and not enough mobility parking, but also the locations are not in an appropriate place. So is that something that we are expected the people to make submissions on in this draft, or have we factored that in with previous feedback that we've already received?
So through the chair, this is an opportunity for people to tell us what they need or what they feel is lacking. So we never, as I said earlier, we're always listening. This strategy is not going to get, the strategy is not going to get down into the detail of where and how many, but it does say that accessible car parks are a priority. So we want the people with the most need to have their needs met, and accessible car parking or loading zones, or those dedicated parking areas. There is a hierarchy outlined in the draft strategy. Look, if people want to use this as an opportunity to tell us what they need or what they feel is missing, we're certainly listening. It would be dealt with at a more operational level, and those changes can be made through the hearings and or other. Okay,
no, that's good, because yeah, I get asked that a lot, and it'd be good for them to be able to feed that back somewhere appropriate. The other thing I want to talk about was the, and again, it was about the Alan Gray's engagement with the spatial plan and also the outlining of the parking. And this was around people, and this is more feedback that I've been getting, and I know other councillors have been getting this as well, because I've discussed it with a few of them, plus the public have advised me how many councillors they've met with and who they've talked to, and staff and that about it, is the fringe parking. And there is already concern. So I know it's already been asked, but again, is this something that we're going to put in a question and answer about that, or provide, instead of just going in with a blank thing saying, yes, we want your feedback? Because I couldn't find that in this document either.
So through the chair, and Mrs. McCauley may be able to elaborate. If you get into the parking management plan for the city centre and its fringe, it does outline how we will manage parking on the fringe to make sure that the residents who live there have got, a fair go, and that commuter parking is either time limited, and which will push them further out, or eventually in the long term potentially even paid. So it is in the detail of the parking management for the city centre and fringe.
So I think, and I saw the different time stages and different things going out. I think the concern is that it's happening now, and when this will go through its process, but what is actually going to be happening in the interim too then as well, and and has council thought about that? That's the questions that I've been getting. So I don't know if that's something to be addressed in a Q&A, or can go out on top of that, or just highlighted, because as you said before, the attention is in the detail, and sometimes things overwhelm other things as you read them. The other bit that I've got was, and a councillor, Laurie, sort of touched on it, and it was about that feedback of less than 1 hour in the time, so on page 62. And the feedback that I've had, and I've asked businesses to feed this back in, and also the clientele, is that a few business owners have told me they've now moved their business out of central town because their clients won't come in because of that 1 hour limited free parking. So they've actually removed their business from the central city further out, where the parking isn't bound by a time limit. So
what's the question?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting to my question. I'm just providing the example first, Councillor McGurk. So how are we addressing that in the strategy? And I know Councillor Laurie brought it up about, was that a concern? But I have had a lot of people advised me that they are cutting down their time that they come into the central city, or they're reducing how often they come into the central city. And business owners are now saying that they're moving their business out of the central city because of their clients' reduction and wanting to come in. So how does this strategy help to highlight that that will be something that does get addressed?
So the strategy is designed, through the chair, to make our city centre a far more vibrant, people-centric place. And if customers don't want to pay $2 for an hour of parking, that is their choice. And if businesses feel that that is an influencer in their customer base, that is their choice. But the strategy is written to make our city centre a more people-centric, vibrant place. And those customers spend money.
Okay, and through the chair, on page 23, we talk about electric scooters and other ways of people moving around. And I'm getting a lot of concern about the safety of people that walk around the town and how that's addressed and where electric scooters are supposed to be. And I know we've had previous discussions around the council table about how is a electric scooter defined. Does it go on a shared pathway, or does it go on the road and stuff like that? Because people are concerned about how the scooters are just flying past them, creates a level of uncertainty. So in here, when we talk about the electric scooters, have we defined what sort of mode of transport electric scooter is? Like, are they being treated just like a normal shared pathway bike kind of thing, or are they treated as more of a motorized vehicle kind of thing?
So through the chair, I think it's a conversation for another day. So we are waiting for the Accessible Streets for People regulatory package to be signed off at central government level. It's caught up in the parliamentary process at the moment, but I do understand it's imminent. That is where electric scooters and micromobility is very, very well defined. So we wait for that. Currently, we have a bylaw in place that actually prohibits the use of electric scooters within the ring road. But it is a conversation that we know we need to have. Micromobility has a place when it comes to mode shift and that first and last kilometre of any journey. It's very strongly linked with the city centre spatial plan. So we're talking about wider footpaths. We're talking potentially about a linear corridor of Bridge Street for active modes. So our thinking around this will be cognizant of potentially more use of micromobility in the city centre. It is yet to be defined by central government and the regulatory package as to what the rules are around what they are, the definition you were seeking. And there is potentially a decision to be made by council about whether you want them in the city centre at all, or what conditions you want put on them. If we go to concessionary schemes such as Beam or Flamingo, that's a whole nother paper and a whole nother round of consultation. What this parking strategy suggests is that we do some further investigation into where micromobility sits.
Okay, and then my final question on that is, because we're talking about charging points for those e-scooters and stuff, does that mean the council will design like a bike shed for scooters kind of thing, where they will have the charging points so that they'll be in a particular location? If they had, like, you know, Lime or whatever come into Nelson and people can just pick up a scooter and go. Is that something that council has thought about, so that it provides a level of one, surety and locations of where people can access those scooters, but also provide that they're not just being left all over the footpaths and things like happens in Christchurch, Wellington and Auckland?
So through the chair again, I say that really is a conversation for another day. It's a level of detail that this parking strategy doesn't address. We certainly have not turned our mind to providing charging for e-scooters. The way a concessionary scheme works is that that's not council's responsibility. That's the responsibility of the operators. And in some cases, the private owners, they take their scooters home. They don't need to be charged during the day, but it's a level of detail that this report isn't about. This report's about a high level strategy that we want to push out for public consultation.
Okay, so the public, this is not the time for them to feed back in, or they can just feed in whatever they like?
Look, as I said earlier, we're always listening. So whatever feedback we receive, we will read. But we will be no doubt going out when we do more investigation on micromobility for more engagement with user groups about how they feel about the potential use of e-scooters in our city centre. That's a conversation for another day.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Neil Stevens.
Thanks, Brian. Just to keep the conversation moving, I'd like to move the recommendation in the report to get the strategy out for community engagement.
Yeah. And I'm happy to second it,
Yeah,
Councillor.
I think Councillor Laurie beat you to it, but on the chat. So that's the recommendation. It's been moved by Councillor Neil Stevens. Councillor Laurie advised that he wished to second, so I'll take that. So that's been moved and seconded. So that's the matter for debate, but we've still got some more questions. So Councillor Fulton on the parking strategy.
Thank you, Councillor McGurk. And look, I have a couple of questions regarding sustainability generally, but I just wanted to pick up on Councillor Laurie and Councillor Brand's questions around free parking in the city and the spatial plan and the intention to make it a more vibrant space. In terms of linger longer, have you looked at a model whereby you might pay for the first hour and then get the second hour free, Marg or Sue?
So, but through the chair, we're looking at graduated parking charging, and the detail of that hasn't been worked through yet, but that is something we could look at.
Yeah,
so
okay.
You happy with that, Sue?
Through the chair, yeah. I mean, we've looked at a lot of alternatives for actual fee changes, and I think that's still something that's the actual charges will be looked at later.
Okay, I just wondered, sort of buy one, get one free is sometimes a good model for people. They feel like they're getting something for free still, but it's not the first hour, it's the second hour instead, which would create people staying longer in our CBD rather than moving around. I guess the thing about climate change is once someone's actually driven to town, how long they stay for doesn't change the number of kilometres they've done on the road. So that's an issue worth exploring in terms of I guess that's lingering longer in the CBD once you get there is an important part to think about too. So I have a couple of questions around the word sustainability, which I sort of take as meaning climate change in a big way, but other things too throughout the parking strategy. There's not a lot of reference to climate change. There's a little bit of reference to it on page 35 of the document. So it says congestion, climate change and removal of parking requirements have all influenced the strategy. I'm a little bit surprised that climate change doesn't get a bigger voice, as it's a significant issue in our climate change emergency declaration. Sort of spells out that we will do everything we can to reduce our emissions. And I would have thought the parking strategy was an important tool in that toolbox. Is there a reason why it doesn't get much mention? It doesn't in the objectives and the guiding principles. Climate change is silent in the guiding principles, and in the objectives it just talks about mode shift. So it does talk about sustainable transport modes, but that's not defined either.
So through the chair, I think it is a key part of the strategy. It's throughout the entire strategy. The words climate change might not be there, but it is the underlying pillar and premise on which this strategy has been based, which I thought I covered in my introduction. Yeah.
Yes, I know you did, but I think it needs to be spelled out a bit more explicitly. I know it's implicit, but I think maybe having sustainable pyramid definition, for example, if people are riding an electric bike versus getting into an electric car, you've got to look at the embodied carbons of those two things that we're using to commute ourselves. So I feel like we could be spelling out how we reduce our emissions a lot more clearly through our transport choices as one of the guiding principles, and perhaps in defining sustainability more clearly. You do say what sustainable transport is not, but you don't really say what sustainable transport is. And I think it would be really good to define it, as sustainability can mean many things to different people. It also touches on economy and biodiversity as well. So I think it would be helpful to define sustainability and spell out climate change a little bit more strongly throughout the document, as emissions reduction is a really key part of the parking strategy. Otherwise, we could just build more roads to address congestion. So it's sort of being treated as a similar weight to congestion, but actually there's lots of ways we can address congestion. It's just that there's only one way we can address climate change and congestion.
Okay.
Is that possible? I presume it can be possible after you've had feedback from the community, and so that would be the time to do it. Would I be right, Marg and Sue?
Through the chair, the comms that we're doing when we push the strategy out will make sure that the proposed objectives of the strategy are all spelled out, and sustainability is one, which is across it, but it's also about movement and place and inclusive access, and we can work on beefing up the climate change as part of our comms, but as I said, I think it's throughout the whole document.
Pretty clear that's been workshopped, and it's, it meets our obligations under the GPS about emissions and so forth. So
I do appreciate that, but the word climate change is not used in objectives or guiding principles anywhere. So we can talk about safe and efficient transport networks, and we can talk about economic development, then I think we can talk about climate change specifically.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Look, just a couple of things. Look, I do hope that emissions reduction is really highlighted in the material that's going out. I think that's it would be remiss not to have that as part of the process. So I just want to make sure that is there. And just want to follow, so I'll just leave that with you. I think the messages come through about that, how important that is to us in terms of what we're doing. The other part I just want to come back to is just to get some confirmation of that the issues around accessibility that Councillor, the Deputy Mayor raised, are going to be addressed, because this seems to be an ongoing issue. And often what I get back, what I hear in response to that is, oh, we've talked with our designers and they say it's fine. So if that's going to be the case, I'd probably like to see actually why we've got a disconnect between visual accessibility views that are being highlighted by the Deputy Mayor and how our designs end up. So Margaret, are you able to just talk to that for me?
So through the chair, look, I understand it's been addressed. We will make the changes. I can't speak to how the disconnect occurred, but certainly it's noted, and it'll be addressed.
Really appreciate that. Thank you, Margaret.
All right, Councillor Inca.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I just had one last question on the comms engagement action plan summary attachment 5, and that's just the direct engagement versus the push communication. So do I take from that we're sort of not going to look at, say doing stalls at Nelson Market or other outdoor venues for the general public? The only direct engagement will be with the stakeholders listed and the schools that we added to that list.
So through the chair, we do have Mr. Shattuck on the call now, and he may be able to speak to that. I think it was written in a COVID environment, so I'm not sure if that changes anything. Mr. Shattuck, are you able to pick that up?
Yes, yes. Through the chair. This was obviously written a few weeks ago when the COVID situation was quite different than it currently is today. So obviously this is something that we could relook at in terms of whether we have some more public face-to-face. Obviously that's the best form of engagement that we can do. But obviously we've also got to take into consideration the COVID situation in Nelson at the time. So when it was written, yes, that was the direct list. There was the one that we're going to be directly contacted, and then obviously it was going to be the public communication side of things additional to that. So yeah, so that is something that we can have a look at too.
Thank you. And so just a final clarification on push communication. So, will there be webinars, or, if you can't do face-to-face, You know, will there be webinars or other avenues for people of the general public to have opportunities to understand this, you know, where it sits in the hierarchy, because, you know, we've heard, well, that goes here and that sits there and that would come after. So, you know, there's quite a lot of nuances to this. So, you know, what will be those opportunities for people to understand it rather than just maybe have all of these documents and have to try and read them?
Through the chair, yes, we could look at different things like webinars. Just being mindful that there are a lot of things on at the moment, and so we'll have to make sure that we can obviously got the resourcing to do that and make sure that it's available. So, I will talk amongst the team and see what the best options are. Now, obviously, that the COVID situation is changing. Obviously, we still want to be very careful. We're not going to be going out to the markets, for example, straight away. We just do need to keep an eye on things, but we'll talk amongst the team and make sure that there is avenues for people to receive the information in the manner in which they want to receive the information.
Thank you. Yes, if there's just those opportunities to understand it, ask questions, have some different engagement versus just paper, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
So that concludes the questions. It's been moved and seconded. We're now into debate. So, Councillor Neil-Stevens, you wish to speak to the recommendation?
I do indeed, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. When I was first elected to council and appointed to the Infrastructure Committee and the RTC, I was incredibly excited to hit the ground running and deliver on our shared goal of modal shift. But what I was confronted with very quickly was much the groundwork required to make the changes we need to see still needed to be done. And I think of examples like the challenge to get a pedestrian refuge installed on Franklin Street. But over the last 2.5 years, a lot of this work has begun to be completed, and much should be in place before the end of this triennium. Our active transport strategy, our public transport overhaul, Te Aroa Whakatū, and now our parking strategy. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and there's no such thing as free parking. By building a strategy based on hard evidence, we can deliver outcomes that have wide benefits for our whole community, rooted in reality instead of presumptions. Already in the development of this strategy, we've had some really frank, honest, and productive engagement. Having attended most, if not all, of the pre-engagement sessions on this strategy, I've seen firsthand the wide range of views from Nelsonians, retailers, hospitality workers, residents, and more. And it's been really clear that there are conflicting desires and goals for parking across our city. And to find consensus, this strategy has stepped back and looked at what actually works. Now is the time to talk to our community more widely and continue the conversations and engagement that has already begun, and to capture the aspirations of people who care deeply about the future of our city. I really want to thank Marg and Sue, and particularly Kylie, our consultant from Stantec. She led some fantastic conversations and has put a lot of heart and soul into this document. I really hope this committee can support talking to our community about a key issue that goes to the heart of priority topics for this council: climate change, the city centre, modal shift, and economic development. To not sign this out today ends a key conversation that we need to have if we want to make consistent decision making across future plans. So I really implore all elected members to support having that discussion. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Neil-Stevens. Councillor Skinner, you're next, speaking for or against the recommendation. Unmute, please.
Sorry about that, my fault. Hey, cheers. Hey, thank you. Yes, I'll be supporting this going out to public feedback. I do have concerns that I feel with our future development strategy, our housing intensification, removing of off-street parking, our population growth, and a good investment we've been putting into our CBDs and the communities such as Stoke and community and our recreational reserves, etc. I still think that this continual line of no increasing in parking capacity in these areas will have a detrimental effect, and it will affect Nelson going forward. But I do appreciate that there's some multi-modes and consideration taken in this report in ways of improving our efficiency of our parkings, and by all means do that. And parking isn't free, but it does need to be accessible, and it does need to be convenient where possible. So I just tend to think that those sorts of two idealisms that seem to be going counter each other. So I wait eagerly on the feedback from the public, and I do hope that we do go in with open ears. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Bowater.
Thank you. Yes, I think that we do, well, I do support this going out, as I think it's important that we do consult with our community. But I think we're all sensing a theme that it needs to be genuine consultation, that actually we do listen to the communities. And I think that one community we need to listen to, and I will say again, Tahuna. I look at this document and I am challenged by the fact that they've had a structure plan that was adopted in 2004 that actually hasn't been implemented at all. By the looks of this, please let me know if I'm wrong, but I'm just concerned that we put documents out, we adopt plan, and then it doesn't come through, and then we find ourselves in a situation where we're trying to catch up with where we're sitting now, which seems to be a strong point to modal shift, which I have said on occasions that when you start putting more and more onto a road that's only the size it is, you have to start looking at other areas that you can use and take, and that seems to be the parking, which is the future. I accept that we need to actually look at this as a modal shift, because we are starting to exclude parts of modal shift that, well, transport uses that there's already been used. So I'm accepting of the fact that we need to look at this in an entire strategy, but I am really, really wanting people to give us and to communicate their ideas around this, because we need to get the feedback and we need to listen to it and not just make this a tick box. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bowater. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Councillor McGurk. I think everyone agrees that things need to change. Our city, I believe, is at a critical crossroads. Thanks to the internet, COVID, and social and economic change, our cities face huge challenges, and Nelson faces huge challenges. Retail's changing, the workplace is changing, where people want to live and work is changing, how people want to live and work is changing. We can't ignore these tectonic plate-like shifts, and we have to respond. And this strategy, I believe, is a road, a cycleway, and a footpath towards change. And I think that's a really exciting and positive thing for Nelson Whakatū. And I really hope people embrace the process and tell us what they think. And thank you to the staff who've got us here, and the consultants as well, and to the rest of the committee. Cheers.
Great, thank you. No one else is asked to speak. Councillor Hill Stevens, I suppose you have a right to reply, but
I will speak, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. Councillor Courtney, speaking for or against?
I'm for it going out to engagement with the community. I said at the beginning when I first asked my question, I think it's well considered and a very thoughtful document. And it does show to me that our officers are listening, because there's a lot in this document that I can concur with and say, well, yes, I heard that, and I heard this, and I heard the other thing. Right through the document, it's peppered right through there, that it's reflecting a lot of what the community feel and think about parking. So I'm very confident that it'll be well received by the community, but I will have to reiterate the question I asked, and I got a no to the answer, is there's no provision for extra parking at Stoke or Tahuna. Now, Stoke is experiencing growth now. There are plans afoot for developments in the village, and it's essential. even if it's only for the workers, only for the workers. The workers in the village of Tahuna and Stoke are very, very important. They're all customers and residents and ratepayers too. So we do have to have greater consideration to parking. And don't think it's a dirty word, because in some cases people cannot walk and get their groceries from the supermarket and walk home with them. It's not possible. And so there is a need, and will always be a need for adequate parking. So we must not shut our minds to this, and our planning must always take it into account. And that goes for Tahuna too. There is an overflow and extra pressure on Tahuna because of that fabulous Tahunanui beach. And there's an overflow there. It comes into the village as well. Parking spaces are taken up because of the overflow from the beach. So we've got to watch it very, very closely indeed. Otherwise, we will stymie growth and development of both Stoke and Tahuna. So that's my plea today. But look, I think we're going to get good feedback. It's so close to everyone's heart, the parking strategy and how we use our roads and our central city and our villages. And so I'm looking forward to a good turnout and response to this engagement. It's been good up till now. Excellent. I've been a part of it when looking at the central city, and I think it'll get good support and it'll get good feedback as well, which we want, because as our officers have said, they are listening, and I believe they are. So that'll be good, and we'll be stronger for it once we get the results back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. Okay, ready to move the recommendation. It's been moved by Councillor O'Neill Stevens, seconded by Councillor Laurie. You want to clear what the recommendation is? If you I'll put the vote, those in favour, please press the green tick. Looks like it's been passed unanimously. Thank you very, very much. The recommendation is carried. Well done. Next item is the Pride Crossing. I'm anticipating that's probably going to take about an hour. It might be useful that we have a break before that for about 5 or 10 minutes. If we can come back and ready to go at 5 to 11.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. If I may, just before we take that break, just looking at the news in the background, I want to acknowledge the passing and the sad news of Dr. Moana Jackson's passing. He was a visionary, a powerful orator, a fantastic lawyer, and a staunch advocate for Māori and Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and it is a huge loss for all of Aotearoa, and I'm sure this committee will join me in sending aroha to his whānau, his friends, and his iwi. Moi mai rā, te rangatira.
Thank you. Thank you for recognising and acknowledging that loss. Share those sentiments there, Councillor O'Neill Stevens. Okay, we'll take a very short break, and could you be ready to go by 5 to 11 at the very latest? Just to get up and have a bit of a stretch, and we'll get on to the Pride Crossing. So back at 5 to.
Marg, you're not muted.
Sorry.
You're on mute, Brian.
Right, it's 10:57. We're past where we're going to start. We'll wait for, make sure we've got everyone back. Just wait for a couple more to join us so we're sure that we've got a quorum. Yeah, we have a quorum. Madam Mayor, you wish to speak? We're redoing the meeting. Next item on the thing on the agenda is the Pride Crossing, but Madam Mayor, you wish to speak?
Yes, I wish to speak to that item. So if you're commencing it, I'll speak now, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Thank you. I'd just like to, a couple of things. So I'd just like to move pro forma, and I'll just, the recommendation 1, 2B, and with 3, with both bike stands and $8,000.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you. And
that's better. Was that you, Deputy Mayor, to second?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
But before, and I'll just reserve my right to speak on that one. I just do have a question that I want to ask, which relates to, and I need to do this because I'm, you know, I just need to be really sure about this one. It's a procedural question, Mr. Chair, just in relation to the original resolution of this committee. And I just need the officers to substantiate for me that that resolution complied with the requirements of the Local Government Act and our standing orders. In relation to notice, an item being on an agenda, and decision making and the decision making provisions. So I just need to be satisfied around that. And I raise that because it's been raised with me. I wasn't at the meeting, Mr. Chair, as you know, but it has been raised with me by a number of elected members and members of the public. And look, I am a small town girl, and I like to, but I good procedure is still really important to me. So I know we could go, oh, does it really matter? But actually, it kind of does when we're sitting at the council table.
Well, that's a question directed to the officers. I'm just, Ms. Levitis, are you in a position to answer, or should we take it from one of the governance advisors?
To the chair, I'm happy to take an adjournment so that I can consult with the governance advisors. I do believe I have an answer, but I'm happy to take that 5-minute break. So if I could chat to you perhaps and the governance advisors. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute pause to allow Mr. Levitis to prepare a comprehensive answer. So we'll take a pause for 5 minutes, back at 5 past.
Alec, you're not muted.
Yeah, it's just after 11, so ready to reconvene the meeting. Just wait for the elected members to come back on screen. Wait for the quorum. Yep, we have enough for a quorum. Right, and questions asked of officer advice in terms of delegations and so forth. So, Ms. Levitis, you are in a position to give a response.
I am, through the chair. I will give a response. So, so through the chair, the question was asked of me whether going back a year ago to February 2021, whether the report that was brought up to the committee was in line with good governance and in line with the local local government act. I start by saying that the chair's report belongs to the chair. The decision that was ultimately made by the infrastructure committee, I believe, took into consideration a whole range of views in relation to what was presented as part of that chair's report. And the result of that was that no decision was made on a pride crossing anywhere in the CBD as a specific location, but tasked and passed a resolution that required further work to be undertaken. That report obviously is in front of you, and that obviously takes into account the important considerations for decision making. I do think that the matter of the pride crossing and the issue at hand did and does fall in the infrastructure remit in terms of its delegations. And whilst the important considerations table, important considerations for decision making was not appended to the chair's report in terms of that decision making. I think that the work that has subsequently been done and the decisions passed by the Infrastructure Committee were sufficient to allow that further work to be undertaken. So in summary, I don't believe that we're out of sync with the Local Government Act in terms of good decision making. The committee considered the item. It essentially asked for a pause and instructed officers to do some more work to bring that back to a committee, and that is in front of you, and the detailed considerations have been considered. I'll leave it at that through the chair.
Thank you. So some follow-up questions, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence. So Mr. Malavides, a couple of matters I just wanted to tease out in relation to the notice of an item requiring a decision. Was that adequately given in accordance with our standing orders and the requirements of the Local Government Act? Because a decision was made. It wasn't a we'll do something at a future time. The decision was approves the installation of a pride crossing, which is why today we're having to do a revocation.
Through the chair, as I've said, I can't argue that the decision-making table was not attached, or it was. Clearly, the decision-making table was not attached to the chair's report in February 2021. However, and this is my own personal view.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. I'm really, I have to have officers' advice on behalf of council. It's council advice I'm seeking today. That's the issue. So,
Mr. Chair, I won't offer a personal opinion. I've already provided an answer. I think the decision making by the Infrastructure Committee in February 2021 was sufficient to allow future work to be undertaken. That report is in front of you, and council has the decision to proceed or not proceed.
Just follow-up questions, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Lavertis, in terms of addressing the provisions in the Act which relate to understanding the views or considering the views of the community, are you satisfied that they were adequately addressed in that decision process? So, and you need to consider those views prior to making a decision.
Through the chair, when Councillor O'Neill-Stevens presented his report, he had indicated that he had undertaken consultation with a view to the Pride crossing. I can give you a personal opinion, but you don't want my personal opinion. And I think and look, I won't offer a personal opinion, but when Councillor O'Neill-Stevens presented that to the committee, he had indicated that he had done, albeit selected, engagement. Would that have been in line with the engagement that I have undertaken in presenting this report? Clearly not. I have done a lot more extensive engagement in arriving at a resolution and a recommendation for this committee. So perhaps I'll leave that there.
Thank you, Mr. Lavertis. So I'm just understanding that the officer's advice is that the standing orders were fully complied with and the Local Government Act requirements were complied with in relation to the decision made last year. So that's what I needed to hear today. I just wanted to get the officer's professional view on behalf of the organisation today. Mr. Chair, I've said I'll reserve my right to speak to this, but so I'll do that. So I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Laurie, you're next on the list. and then Councillor Courtney.
Thank you. So I've got a question relating to the report. Is that, are we back onto that now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I actually asked Ms. Lidavertis to actually present his report. We've
Yep.
just had a question on procedure from the Mayor. So probably now is the time, thank you for reminding me, for Ms. Lidavertis to actually present his report.
Sure.
I'll take as read, but I think an opportunity to provide a summary of where we've got to and the way forward. So, Ms. Lidavertis.
Thank you for the chair, and thank you for the opportunity. So I can first of all say that there's no changes to the report. I will take the report as read and I'm happy to answer any questions. But in summary, this follows a decision from the February 2021 Infrastructure Committee in terms of approving the installation of a progress pride design on the central raised city courtesy crossing. I want to acknowledge the work done by Councillor Courtney and Councillor Edgar in terms of the number of hours they have personally taken on in terms of the further engagement they have done, and I thank you very much. I've built on that, but they certainly laid the foundation for the brilliant work that they did. It's a little bit of a complex report. I'm dealing specifically to that resolution. There was a preferred view from that further engagement, which officers couldn't support. Up at the top end of Selwyn Street, officers, to try and be helpful, proposed an alternative, and that I sought additional engagement on. We've come to the agreement that among officers that the alternative didn't receive unanimous support from those that we engaged on, and I have recommended that we go back to the original bank lane. But in order to propose an alternative, I have suggested, as noted in the recommendation, that perhaps we look at something other than a crossing, and I have recommended or suggested the decals on the two bike sheds, and to do that you would need to rescind the infrastructure committee. But I think the report's self-explanatory, and I'm happy to take any questions through the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lidavertis. Appreciate the summary. Councillor Lloyd, then Councillor Courtney, then Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, staff. The idea for decorating the bike shelters, where did that idea actually come from?
So through the chair, when I did my round of engagement, and I refer to you to page, if you can just bear with me, 97 of the report, 9.4.12. One of the suggestions from Uniquely Nelson, in fact, was that while they offered the view that Selwyn was acceptable, they said that they would prefer a mural on the recently installed bike rack in Lower Trafalgar Street. So I have really built on that. It certainly wasn't an initiative from myself or any council officer, and I won't take credit for that, but it built on something that I had heard back from the feedback.
Okay, great, thank you. After the meeting last year where this issue first came up, in response to what I believe was a pretty intolerant backlash to the idea, Nelson teenager Sophie Wienink went out and raised some money in support of the Pride crossing, which I thought was a wonderful thing to do. It showed great, spirit and compassion, and that was money that was raised for a Pride crossing, not a decorated bike shelter. Have council officers been in touch with Sophie?
And through the chair, I have not. I would need to explore that with Sophie, depending on what the outcome was, because I am cognizant of the view that it was specifically for a Pride crossing. And I have alluded, or I have not alluded, in my report on page 93, item 5.8, I'm very overt in terms of that if this wasn't going ahead, we would need to give that money back. And clearly, if it is different to what the money was asked for, I would certainly touch base with the Give a Little Fund to ascertain whether that money could be used, and if not, then I would return that money as well, or council will return that money. But I have, to answer your question, Councillor Laurie, no, I haven't made contact yet.
Okay, thanks, Alec. Last question from me for now, Mr. Chairman, through you. How long do you see these, if we go ahead with the decorating the bike shelters, how long do you see the artworks, the decoration being on the shelters for? Is it would it be a permanent feature? What's the life expectancy of that kind of treatment?
So through the chair, I raised that issue in the report, and we think that the decals, obviously they do get attacked by sun and they will fade over time. We think that they would last up to 3 to 4 years, and obviously we would monitor them, and they would be replaced just in the same way that if we did painting on a raised crossing, we would need to refresh that to make sure that it looks vibrant, because there's nothing worse than faded colors, which detracts from the vibrancy anyway. So we would have to refresh that, and certainly with the decals, we would be watching it. They don't have a life forever, and I've indicated in the report that 3 to 4 years, but we would be monitoring those. As to the permanency, that would be a decision by the infrastructure. But the way I see this is that it would be refreshed over time, but yes, it would ultimately remain as a permanent feature. But that could be a decision for council, for this committee to make, whether it's permanent, temporary, or otherwise.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Officer Libertus, for your report. I believe the report before us today does, in my view, accurately record what has transpired since the February 2021 meeting, and I thank you for that. I think it's important, though, and this is my question, that you reaffirm for us today, and it follows on from Councillor Laurie in respect to the decal we're talking about. If you could just reaffirm for us where the costs would fall with this particular proposal under 2 small b, please.
So through the chair, I've depending on the cost, so we've estimated that the cost would be either 4,000 or 8,000 for the 2. We have 2,000 from the Give a Little Fund, and we also have 5,000 from the Youth Council. I refer to that under on page 94, item 5.9. So adding those together, if it's 1, we would be covered. If it's 2, we would have a shortfall of $1,000, and I would just charge that to the roading budget.
Thank you. And further, I think it would be helpful, particularly at this moment, if you just could, following on again from Councillor Laurie, the setup costs, and also but more the initial. No, I think you've covered the setup costs. Perhaps look at the maintenance costs associated with this ongoing, please. Just refresh us on that one as well, please.
So through the chair, I've indicated that, and I've provided that in the report. If, for example, council decided to proceed with a raised crossing, we've indicated that will attract ongoing maintenance. And we've indicated under page 97, 10.2 that cost for a raised crossing would be in the order of about $5,000 to give a refresh paint. And obviously we'd need a TMP associated with that. And at today's prices, we'd say about $2,000. And we estimate that would be every 2 to 3 years. With the decals, the price of the decals will be the price at the time. Obviously, we've given you an indication that it's $4,000 at today's prices. In 3, 4, 5 years' time, that obviously will reflect the cost at the time, and I can't predict what that would be, but I dare say it won't be $4,000 a decal. In terms of they are both in an area where we would need to have some traffic management plan to protect the people that are putting them up, and I would imagine at the time depending, we can't just get away with one cone these days, as you know. The safety of workers is paramount, and I would imagine it would attract about $2,000, very similar to what I have indicated in 10.2 for TMP for the raised crossing. So those are the likely costs.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it doesn't look like there are any more questions. Just checking. No more questions. Okay, it's been moved. The recommendation has been moved pro forma by the Mayor. Just confirming that we received a report that we revoke the resolution and approves the installation of the pride decal on the bike racks it'll be 2 for $8,000. So it's been moved by pro forma by the Mayor and seconded pro forma by the Deputy Mayor. I'll open for a debate. Any debate? Councillor O'Neill Stevens, you're the, and then Councillor Bowater.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ngā mihi nui ki koutou katoa. In some ways, I'm rather relieved to have reached this day. And before I get into some of the more substantive issues at hand, I do want to start with a bit of a mea culpa and an apology. In initially progressing this, I made the fatal flaw of looking around our country at the pride crossings popping up and believing that the needs of blind and low vision citizens had been considered. Unfortunately, the reality is that New Zealand in many ways still remains ignorant and unengaged with making our cities accessible for everyone, Nelson very much included. Pride crossing, whilst itself a symbol of inclusivity, as we've heard clearly in public forum today, fails to include our blind and low vision citizens, and inclusivity that ignores its community members with disability is not, in fact, inclusive. So I apologise that myself and our council in bringing this forward overlooks your community, and I want to thank the blind low vision community, and in particular Roger and Karen, for their engagement and support in getting us to a point where we can have something that truly embodies the inclusivity and diversity of our community. In terms of process, after being asked by members of our LGBTQIA+ community why Nelson Whakatū did not have a pride crossing, I raised this matter with staff who met the suggestion with excitement. This was then brought forward through Councillor McGurk's chairperson's report in close collaboration with staff, as despite advice that it could be considered an operational matter, both myself and Brian felt it really important to have governance engagement on this matter. This was an idea that found its root in our rainbow community, and after further engagement, we've found a great alternative that also has its roots in our rainbow community. I want to give a sincere thank you to the members of Nelson's rainbow communities and acknowledge that at times this process has been anything but ideal. I want to acknowledge the key role that rainbow Nelsonians play across our city, in our communities, business, arts and culture, and so much more. I see you and this council sees you. Similarly to Alec, I want to thank Mel and Judine for their work on the engagement on this issue. And I want to thank council staff, their unapologetic work in this space, and for taking these conversations across council's work streams. Alec, you're an absolute champion. And I especially want to thank those rangatahi LGBTQIA+ community members who have reached out to me over the past year, especially those for whom I know it was their first time acknowledging their sexuality to someone other than themselves. Their trust in me is immeasurable, and their excitement, their knowledge, their wisdom was both extremely moving and further reinforces the need for these conversations to happen and the need for us to proudly welcome every member of our community for who they are. I've been clear from day one that this cannot be a hollow gesture. We need to strengthen our support of the rainbow community across council. We have let them down before, and that cannot be allowed to happen again. And I know that this wasn't what we originally went out with, but it is the result of a whole lot of hard work and engagement. and a clear symbol that NCC stands against the hatred and bigotry that still sadly permeates parts of our community. This process has highlighted some key issues, whether the lack of condemnation of the homophobia that was shown after the initial announcement from Council, the pulling of Council's press release on the matter, or our past lack of organisational engagement and support of the rainbow community. We have individual parts of Council delivering on this, but we need to be unified and Council-wide in our work. We've seen certain narratives discussed throughout our community in response to this, and particularly a view that says, I've accepted our rainbow community, job done, let's not see them anymore. But that's a view that erases the realities of LGBTQIA+ people in Aotearoa. I'd question if those who don't value the importance of visibility have felt unsafe holding hands with their partners, expressing affection, because that's the reality for people in Aotearoa. I'd question if they worry about whether their clothing says too much about their sexuality or their gender identity before leaving the house, because that is the reality of many members of our community. I'd question if they've faced violence for who they love. I'd question if they grew up worrying about whether they would legally be allowed to marry. I'd question if their rights continue to be debated in Parliament to this day. These are the reality for so many of our LGBTQIA+ community members. So say you're supportive all you like, but know that acceptance requires more than passivity. In a community that still harbours homophobic views, passivity lets it flourish. So we must be deliberate in our actions, and we must strive forward to be a community that lets everyone flourish. So finally, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your support. This project in front of us is a small one, a drop in the bucket of mahi required, and by no means perfect. But it is a drop. It's a direct message to our whole community that Nelson City Council will fight to protect all of our communities and will welcome all of those who seek haven in our little slice of paradise. And so I really hope all of our elected representatives can stand alongside and support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil Stevens. Endorser. Very, very moving. Councillor Bowater.
Thank you. And yes, I would also like to acknowledge Councillor Neil Stevens' speech, as it were, and the way he has actually accepted and realised that we've got a long way to learn sometimes with our consultations and with our passion that sometimes overrides the ways that we should actually engage with our community. And as a mother and as a parent, I actually saw when this came up last time, when it actually was first put in front of us, I was very concerned, and I even said in my debate that I thought that we need to consult with the wider community, and that has now happened. And I am absolutely relieved that has happened, and that we've actually had the support that we have back on it, because that to me was what was important all the way through this process. Excuse the cat. We're at home. It was always important to me that we did get the community behind this. And I think the fact that we've actually acknowledged, and have a low battery, that we've got a suggestion, a solution from another part of our community that has given us a way forward, which is great, because to me, the whole community is me involved in this now. And that has been what has been important to me from day one, that we have engaged and brought the community with us on this journey. And I'm also very thankful of the involvement of Councillor Courtney and Edgar, and I'd like to reaffirm that as well. I think what they have done in taking this and going out to the community and actually being part of this whole solution, and the staff, it's been hard on many of us in the way that we spoke for it last time and the way we were treated after. And I acknowledge that there was some people out there that took the moment to wrap up a whole lot of other things and feelings they had around it. So I would like to apologise to anyone that felt that they were sidelined or in any way received negative comments to them. And I think that it is very disappointing that that was the way that we had people being treated in our community. Everyone has a right to be here, and everyone has a right to be felt like they are included. So I am definitely in support of this. I think that I'm disappointed with the process, but we've got to where we have, and I think that it's a bit of a compromise for some. I'm sure they feel that way, but I think it's a better way forward, and that we can actually move forward and we can celebrate all parts of our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowater. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Brian. Councillor McGurk. I actually have a question, if it's okay for staff. Would that be all right? I know it's not sort of sticking with standing orders, but I mean, I'll put it into my debate, but I think it would be worth asking.
The question is, make it.
So the question is, if we're going to do these decals on both of the bike shelters, I think that they should be. I don't think they should be the same. I think I'd love to see them on both bike shelters, but this is not Nelson City Council branding. These are going to be artworks about aroha and inclusion. And I think if they look like they're the same, council corporate image or corporate-ish image, I think some of the meaning will be lost. So I'm just wondering if we're going to go with two, where the staff might be able to consider ensuring that they are distinct from each other, but that the message is the same. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think it does.
Yep. Thanks. Okay. Thank you. So I totally tautoko what we heard from Councillor O'Neill-Stevens a short time ago, and I know how much he has put into this. And I think Council and Nelson Whakatū is richer for his mahi. One of the things that really troubled me a year ago was the way some members of our community and people who are not in our community used this issue as an opportunity to bash our queer brothers and sisters and our whānau. And while this is not a pride crossing, this sends a message, and that message is that in Nelson Whakatū, the bigots do not win. And I am proud of the council for getting to the position we are in today. It has taken a while, it has been frustrating, but it is the right way forward. And I'm really grateful to Rohan, to Brian, to the staff, to the youth councillors, to everyone who has contributed to getting us here. And let's move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Fulton, speaking for or against the recommendation.
I'm speaking for the recommendation. And a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said by Councillor O'Neill-Stevens and Councillor Laurie, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about being bold and acknowledge Rohan's humility and apologising, but also his enthusiasm in being bold. And we often talk about, as elected members, how can we be bold and get things done faster? And I fully appreciate processes and nuances of processes and how frustrating it can be at times when we can't be bolder, or when there's an uproar from the community when we try to be bold. And I think I just wanted to acknowledge, Alec, that you supported your chair and deputy chair to be bold in their visionary thinking, and perhaps if it had never come to council, it would have just got done, because like you said, it's some of these things are operational as well. And I guess I would implore the community to remember that as a large organisation, you want us to get a lot of stuff done, but when we don't quite get it right, you also complain a lot. And elected members are trying to do their best, their very best, and we do want to create the best community we can. So yeah, we don't always get it completely right, but thank you, Rohan, Brian and Alec, for trying. And I'm happy with the outcome too, although I'm somewhat I was looking forward to a Selwyn Place crossing personally. So I think that I appreciate the vision impaired community's concerns, and I think we need to really think about how we create vitality in our
community whilst supporting that, and how there must be ways around that in terms of perhaps black and white crossings alongside or something. So thinking about how we can meet everyone's needs is probably really important.
Thank you, Councillor Fulton. Madam Mayor, you're next on the list.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a question. I'll wait to just debate once at the end. I've got a question actually on the back of Councillor Laurie's debate. Well, his question actually. So sorry, I'm going to ask for indulgence. So I can ask for indulgence to ask a question if that's all right, Mr. Chair of the officers.
Well, I've let it go once, so I'll have to let it go again.
Thank you. Thank you. Just in relation to, Councillor Laurie's asked in description, and this is an artwork, it's not branding, it's not council branding, and it needs to be artwork. What is council's policy in relation to public art? How are you going to approach that?
So through the chair, what I was proposing to do is to get a number of stakeholders in a room and come up with a suitable design, very much in line with the design that we have on the bike racks at the moment, that share council's vision in terms of why the bike racks are there. So and whether that's incorporating, I don't want to preempt what a design could look like, but it may not just involve something to do with the Pride community, but incorporating some other council messages. I haven't quite thought those steps, but I have thought that we'd get some key people in a room and bash this around and come out all smiling and happy.
So, Mr. Levitas, you don't think this might be a good place to use the art selection panel that has been established for the purposes of decisions on public art, I believe. So I just don't want to end up, as a result of today's decision, heading off where we're not following the policies that we need to follow. I just, it's not trying to be pedantic here. I'm just going, let's just get this right. And I'm with Councillor Laurie on this. This isn't a matter of, just slapping up some decals. This is so much more than that. And I would have thought it would involve some discussion with the arts advisors, but I don't have all that detail to hand. So I'm just wondering about your thoughts on that.
Through the chair, now that it's been raised, we'll take it into consideration, yes.
All right, and when I get to debate, Mr. Chair, I'll be very clear that this is about our rainbow community, so I don't want to see it watered down to some other sort of messaging, but I'll hold that. Thank you.
Well, we are in debate now.
It's all right. Well, I'll just wait for the right reply.
Right, Youth Councillor James.
Yeah, cheers for that. Through the chair, I was just wondering, because Youth Council is contributing such a large portion of the funding for the what was going to be the Pride Crossing, but now the bike racks, will we be on the panel that designs the art? Will we have a say in that?
Through the chair, I think that's a fair question, and my personal opinion would be yes.
Brilliant, thank you so much.
Councillor Edgar.
Thank you. I mean, I think we can all agree it's been a bit of a mucky and protracted process. The engagement that Councillor Courtney and I did was boxed in a lot of ways by Council's resolutions. And so we had actually quite narrow parameters, as was outlined in the report. But nonetheless, as you frequently do, we received feedback that went beyond that remit, and we fed that back to staff. And so I'm really glad that staff have extended the engagement beyond the resolution, because that was something that we got that feedback on, and that's enabled to get to where we are today, which of course I'm very delighted to support. As was raised earlier, we have key considerations when we make each decision, and while they're at the back of each report, I don't think we should take them for granted. You know, we can hate process, and yes, we know process can, you know, be frustrating for everybody involved, from every member of the community through staff, through all of the elected members. But some of these processes and the legislative changes that have actually been made over the decades have actually been in response to the community feeling that they weren't getting sufficient input or a say in decisions. So while we can, you know, get frustrated and want to move things along, and yes, me too, we just need to be mindful of any negative impacts of not taking those things into account. But none of this, I want to be really clear, none of the criticisms or concerns that have been raised about process excuses any of the bullying, the vitriol, or the abusive rhetoric that was directed at our LGBTQIA+ community. There is no excuse for that, and I want to make that really clear. I think considering the bigger picture is also part of any decision making. And yes, this was considered an infrastructure project, but I hope we don't miss the bigger question or the bigger decision, which is around how do we embed inclusivity across our organisation. And if I use blind and low vision citizens, for example, you know, that could be signage in buildings or large print council publications, or as I raised earlier, design accessibility for publications. The museum has done audio descriptions of their exhibitions. There is so much that can be done to embed inclusivity and accessibility in and across the organisation and the community. And we need to not just see things, you know, where LTPs, I often see, you know, the projects and budgets, and there's so many elements, and inclusivity and accessibility can't be regarded on a project by project basis. And we know there are a lot of important issues for the rainbow community, such as gender inclusive toilets and safe spaces. These are issues that have been raised over and over again. And so we need to be talking to them and embedding those priorities across the organisation. And some might require funding, absolutely, but some won't, which could be the language we use in our documents, or the displays we have for Valentine's Day in our library, or what policies do we have around safe spaces. So I know we're in an infrastructure meeting today, but I would like to see this picked up from an organisation-wide perspective. I'm a big supporter of people and organisations learning from its mistakes. So while, as I said, it's been a mucky journey, it's also been a journey of learning, and hopefully one that will ultimately see us embed inclusivity across our organisation, across our actions, and across our community. I'd also just like to reaffirm the comments that others have made, apologising to everyone who has been hurt or bullied or maligned as part of this journey. Our LGBTQIA+ community deserves respect, inclusivity, and a voice. And so in learning from our mistakes, please know we see you, we're listening, but please also hold us to account. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edgar. Anyone else wish to speak in debate before I go back to the Mayor for her right of reply? If there's none, Madam Mayor, you have the right of reply.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to acknowledge that we're in an infrastructure committee today, but we're a committee of the whole. And so all elected members are able to be at this meeting and to bring a range of views and experiences and knowledge to the table. This is far more than an infrastructure matter, and I think we all know that. And if we don't, then I have to suggest that you've really had your eyes closed for quite some time. This is so much more than an infrastructure matter. This is about the right to be seen. The right to be seen in your community, to have your identity acknowledged and celebrated, the right to be included, to be visible, to be not pushed to the side, but actually at the centre. And I want to acknowledge Councillor O'Neill-Stevens for his words. I can't speak on behalf of the Rainbow community. I can't bring that voice to this table, but what I can do is listen, and listen to the voices of our community. And if there's one thing that I will implore that every elected member remembers, that actually the views of the community are critically important when you're making decisions, that you must make sure that you are thinking and bringing the voices of the community, not just your own voice, that you consider that there will be a diversity of views. And when we're making decisions, we make sure that we're considering those diverse views. I know for Mr. Levertis, I think he's worked incredibly hard on trying to give effect to the intent. And I know at times he's felt absolutely boxed in by the resolution from the last meeting. And when I met with him a month ago, he was really feeling like he had no choice but to come back with a site, because essentially that's where we were at. And I'm just going to pause for a moment because there's a noise coming from somewhere that is quite distracting for me at the moment. I just wonder if we could perhaps address that noise. But I'm glad today that we've got a report that gave up some options, that actually gave us some options that reflected what the issue and the subject matter was that you all talked about at your infrastructure meeting a year ago. It wasn't about a piece of infrastructure, as we've said. It was so much more than that. And I want to acknowledge, look, it's taken hundreds of hours of staff time to get to this point. I'd like to think we could make these decisions in a more effective way in the future. But I don't want to diminish the fact that you're making a decision today that is important. And I agree with Councillor Edgar. There is, this has caused hurt, anxiety, it has caused frustration, and we as a council could have handled it better. And I think we have to acknowledge that. We could have handled this better. But the reason for making the decision is so absolutely valid that I really encourage you to support this today. I know many of you are going, and look, and I've heard the advice from the officers in relation to process, so I perhaps might hold a different view to the officers. But actually, don't let that distract you on what you need to do today, and that is to make sure that we take a step forward as leaders in our community to allow our rainbow community to be seen and to create a more inclusive community. This is the time when you have to take those steps, and it's just one step, and it needs to be many more after this, and it needs to be backed up by authentic action from every single elected member, because there is no place in our community for the discrimination that we have seen come through our inboxes that we've been confronted with, when we've been addressing and trying to address the importance of inclusivity. Mr. Chair, I just want to say to you, thank you for guiding this through to today and getting this up on the agenda. It is really important that it concludes. I know there have been many media wondering why it has been taking so long. It's been taking so long because Mr. Levertis wanted to get it right today in his report he's bringing forward. and he's given us a genuinely good option to choose. So really encourage you to support what has been moved.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's have the right reply. I'm ready to put the recommendation. We'll just do the green tick and red cross option. That records it. So the recommendation, if we put that up, so we know what we're voting on.
One moment, please.
Just checking it. 1, 2, 3. I think that's everybody, and it's been passed unanimously. Well, by everyone present. I think we've got one apology. Thank you very, very much. That is passed by everybody. No dissenting votes. Thank you very, very much. It's pretty close to midday. If you like, we've got I think do you want to have a break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock, or you want to go for another 5 or 10 minutes? So it's no guarantee that we'll finish that time. My preference is to take a lunch break now. Oh, okay. Thumbs up to a lunch break now, and we'll come back ready to start at 1 o'clock. Okay, we'll take a pause for lunch and return at 1 p.m. It's coming up to 1 o'clock, so get ready to get underway. I'll just wait for everyone to come back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll just turn on the cameras so we know that we've got a quorum. So I can't, I'm just counting 6 and we need 7 for a quorum. So if anyone, members who are there, oh, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, we have a quorum, we can get underway. Thank you very, very much. Welcome to the afternoon session. Note that the Mayor has left the meeting and we still have an apology from Councillor Noonan, and I know Councillor Ego, you've indicated that you need to leave about 10 past, quarter past. So I've got that. Okay, next item on the agenda is the sandbag policy options. This is a report from, I think, Mr. Levertis.
No, through the chair, Mr. David Light will present this one.
Yeah, so I'm just bringing up the paper. Welcome, Mr. Light.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me okay?
We can say that the report is read. So there's an opportunity to perhaps summarise and highlight any particular point you want to do, or any alterations or amendments that you wish to bring to our attention.
No problem.
Anyway,
So yeah, thank you, Brian. Yes, I take it that this report is as read. So I will provide a short summary here. So Council currently does not provide sandbags or empty bags or sand to protect private properties prior to or during a flood event. Providing this service presents some significant logistical challenges, particularly with resources. Council and its contractors prioritise the protection of council assets, including pump stations, buildings and roads, as well as inspecting and clearing out stormwater intakes, watercourses, bridges, culverts and sumps. Providing sandbags prior to an event or during an event diverts key efforts away from the critical preparation work that is needed, or from responding to key issues during an event. The general provisions of sandbags to private properties is not supported by the Nelson Tasman Civil Defence Management Group. Furthermore, providing this service has cost implications and presents some risks to council relating to community health and safety, liability, and reputation. Maintaining a policy of not providing sandbags to private properties sends a clear message that individuals need to take responsibility for making arrangements to protect their property. We do, however, recognise that this needs to be accompanied with clear messaging to all ratepayers and clear messaging to those potentially affected property owners on actions that they can take to prepare for a flood event. So the recommendations in this report are for the committee to recommend to Council that Council confirms that Council does not support the general provisions of sandbags, sand or bags to private property / occupants prior to or during a flood event, and notes that Council officers are working in conjunction with Nelson Tasman Emergency Management Group to promote flood readiness to the community and specifically to those property owners located within the flood hazard / coastal inundation overlay. So I'm now happy to answer your questions.
I haven't got any questions, but I'll signal I'm happy to move the recommendation. So we've got that to debate. Now the second. Yeah, Councillor Edgar, so that's it. Anyway, questions, Councillor Bowater, then Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a question there, Officer Light. What happens if there's infrastructure that causes unintentional flooding to a property? Is that like a one-off situation that would be addressed at the time, or is that something that we've got sitting in the back of our mind if we've got potentially, say, an infrastructure that's been done that can create an issue for one or more properties? Is there any opportunity to keep that in the back of our mind, that that's something we should be looking at as well?
So yeah, I mean, there are certain situations. I mean, this report is more for a widespread events that are happening here.
Yes.
It is as the recommendations note. This is does not support a general provision of sandbags during such events. So it's more. There may be some bespoke situations, on a very small scale, where certain things may council would need to see what is the best judgment there, particularly. But this is more for wide scale emergency events.
Yes, I got that, but I was just saying that I just wanted to mention that in the situation that there are some people which are affected adversely by our infrastructure when their properties are in flooding. But that's okay. Thank you. Asked and answered.
Good. Thanks, Councillor Bowater. Councillor Skinner, your turn.
Thank you for that. And it's cool to see this come up, because I recall putting this recommendation forward in a long-term plan ago. But no, it's good. I realised it wasn't a priority, so it wasn't a major in that sense. I realised and appreciate the diligence undertaken on that. I read through this, and it talks about the reasons why I shouldn't, etc. And cost has come up. I see, it looks like at $5, bags of $5 at retail outlets, and there's a sand and $2 a tonne for sand. Is it really a huge cost compared to the benefit to provide this? Are we looking at tens of thousands? Are we looking more than tens of thousands of dollars?
Yes, tens of thousands, and depending on how much you scale up, hundreds of thousands.
Yep.
So there's a sliding scale of how many bags you do provide. Fundamentally, though, the resourcing is also a big challenge. It's trying to fill those bags. It's trying to distribute those bags. It's all that logistics around it. It's that aspect is quite critical as well.
Okay, so I'm coming back to when I've brought this up. The reason for bringing it up, because we have situations when people like to help each other out. It's not about necessarily just getting their own house, etc. People like to help each other out, and there's been times in decades gone past when that's works incredibly well, and people have just a radio call's been put out, and people come out and bag up Shakespeare Way, etc., and protect homes and property that way. So for me, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars compared to the potential damage or protection of assets, it doesn't seem like a big spend. But when I see some of the reasons not to, and I think they came up originally when I originally brought it up, talking about on pages 112 and 113, health and safety, filling sandbags and carrying can be hazardous, and council could rely on volunteers to fill bag, but this would also additional health and safety responsibilities and management from the council. That's 8.3. I find all that a bit hard to swallow. Of course, doing anything, mowing the lawn, chopping the wood, are all hazardous, but we don't get special management from council for people to do that. Is our officers really standing behind those comments on 5.1.4 and 8.3? That's a legitimate reasons why we shouldn't be allowing people to fill up bags and carry sandbags?
I mean, it is a legitimate reason, particularly when we are supplying them and we are funding them and we are providing that service. To use your example of mowing the lawn, we're not providing a lawn mower to the residents to do that. So it is very much a separate matter. So yes, it is just one of the many reasons. As I stressed, these bags are 15 kgs. You know, so it doesn't take much if you don't, you know, if you're not stretching regularly, you could easily pull your back out. You know, there are certain aspects there that could happen. But for me, the key focus is also on the resourcing. As I say, it would be pulling a large amount of resource away from, you know, the greater good of looking after the network.
Okay, so it'd be a case of whether us as a council prepared to spend tens of thousands or $100,000 to do this if there was an appetite. The other one there is 5.1.3 at the bottom of that on 112, talking about sandbagging should really be done probably by experts. I mean, once again, I find obviously there's one thing doing it well and one thing not doing it so well, but are we really saying we're dumbing down our expectations of our community that they can't lay sandbags and they might pull a hammy while lifting a bag and where they're physically able? I just find it a little bit, we stand behind that.
Yeah, Councillor, because some of your questions are sort of bordering on a little bit disrespectful. So,
well, I'm speaking on behalf of the public and myself, but the community was originally brought up 2-3 years ago because there was a need or a perceived need, and the public and the civil council at the time said, "Hey,
questions just the way you're raising them, please."
Okay, fair enough. Well, I just to be honest, I do find them a little bit hard to swallow, and so I'm just giving the opportunity. This is a good process. This didn't come through a chairman's report on the day without a backing paper, so I'd given the respect for this to go through, and I appreciate the report on this. So I'm just
Point of order.
Point of order has been raised, Councillor Edgar.
Statements were disrespectful to the chair.
Okay, if the chair finds it disrespectful.
Well, I do actually.
Inappropriate.
I invite you to withdraw it.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. Okay, thank you for the report. I'll no other questions on that. It's pretty detailed report on that. I guess it comes down to the table. I'll just give you a heads up, Mr. Chair. I still think there is a good need for this, but it comes to the table. Thank you. I'll wait for the debate.
I'm just asking questions at the moment for clarification. We can move into debate.
Thank you.
Councillor Edgar, did you have a question?
All good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Skinner, you got your hand up. Good. Any other questions? It's been moved by me and it's been seconded by Councillor Edgar. I'll open it up for debate. Councillor Skinner, you're speaking for or against the recommendation? You're on. Councillor Skinner, you need to unmute.
Hey, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Hey, very good. Hey, thank you. Hey, I don't support the recommendation. Obviously, I brought this to the table, and I do appreciate that the staff took this seriously and did a good report on this, showing some of the pros and cons, and it was very interesting the topic on how to lay sandbags. Learn something every day. But no, I think this is, I'd like to see the table have an appetite to support this. I'd be disappointed if the sole reason is on funding it, whether it be tens of thousands or $100,000, because the reason I brought this up, I think it's a very practical thing for us as a community and the public when you get a rain event or a tidal event combining, and we may be getting more of those. Ability for the public to be able to bag up or sandbag areas to protect their neighbours, protect other assets is very important. I understand in the report that obviously resources of NELMAC or council officers would be looking after assets of the council or others for public interest, but public also have a desire to protect. And I've seen it. I've seen the franticness of that when bags are coming out for, I think it was Shakespeare Walk or the other walk further up the river, to protecting properties, which at times happens on a tide and heavy rain event. I do find it very hard to swallow, and I find it disappointing that we believe that the public aren't smart enough to lay the bags, and B, they might pull it back or because we're worried about health and safety, and maybe that's a sign of the times where health and safety is starting to interfere with daily things. I hope it doesn't interfere with providing access to us to a supermarket and they're lifting up the supermarket bag into the trolley and into the car. But I do think that people have enough common sense and ability in a time to need to lay bags of need, help out their neighbours and take that risk of pulling it back or so forth, for not lifting the bag right or not stretching. I don't think that's going to be their top of mind when they're trying to protect property. So I do urge the council at the table to, for a small amount of resource, to at least have that in our back pocket, some sand with a couple of tons of sand or more, some bags set aside that they can be distributed if the opportunity arises and the priority arises, without interfering in any other emergency operations, to provide those in areas for the public to get a shovel out, put on their raincoat and start shoveling bags into sand into bags and protect their homes and their neighbours' homes. So I'd be disappointed if we dismiss this based on health and safety, risk averseness or financial averseness. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Any other speakers for or against? Yeah, I'll speak briefly in support of the recommendation since I moved it. This is basically a policy decision, a high-level policy decision. Frankly, when the emergency situation, and we are talking about cyclonic events such as Giti, Fahey, and the one in 2011, they are major weather events. And I think the priority for our council and our contractors is to maintain basically the community assets such as the roads and clearing the drains and protecting pump stations, electricity substations, which require protection. So those critical functions remain operational during and after the event. So that's where our priority should lie. And for that reason, there may be particular tailored responses that we're able to do as and when the resources do, but tying up capital and in things like plastic bags and stools or stand does come at a cost and a risk that when they are needed, the degradation is there that they're actually useless. So for that reason, I think as a policy decision, we need to focus on the critical infrastructure and follow advice of other councils and other emergency management groups, including our own, with this advice. So I'd urge members of the committee to support the recommendation.
And I, Mr. Chair, of your request, put a foreshadow an alternative if this is lost on the table, an alternative of supporting this. Thank you.
Okay.
Supporting sandbagging.
Okay, those in favour, just a green cross or red tick. Green cross if you're in favour. If you oppose, red cross. That's carried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 10 for and 1 against. So it is carried. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the Hampden Street West intersection with Waimea Road. I think this is Mrs. Harford, I think, is back for this one.
I am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that long ago that we last sat and discussed the future of this intersection, and I presented at that report the data that had been gathered and the feedback we had gathered, and made a case for longer term closure of the intersection. But you will recall we spent some time discussing the mechanism by which council can close it, and it was felt that a final round of consultation was required. And as officers, we undertook to do that, asking the residents and stakeholders for their views, and specifically asking them about our proposal to close the intersection to vehicles, but allowing pedestrian and cycle traffic movement through it. This report outlines the steps that we took, the feedback that we gathered, which was overwhelmingly 81% favouring long-term closure, and it recommends that the Infrastructure Committee determine the closure to vehicles as possible under the Local Government Act, and asks Council to approve the long-term closure of the intersection to motor vehicles.
All right, thanks. Thank you very much, Mrs. Parfitt, and thank you for turning this around so quickly. Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Happy to move the recommendation.
The recommendation's been moved. I'm happy to second. Any other questions? It's been moved. Oh, Councillor Laurie, you have a question? Councillor Courtney. Well, no questions. We'll put it up for debate. Councillor Laurie, you're for debate?
Yep.
No, I'm for the question.
Oh,
question, sorry. I wanted to ask Officer Parford, I want to know what she envisages under the advantages of option 1, opportunities for placemaking. That to me is very important in that particular area. It's not attractive to me as it is at the moment, so I want to really be reassured that there's going to be some thought and creativity in respect of the placemaking there.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Through the chair. So now that we have a determination that you support the long-term closure, we will turn our mind to that. We did gather quite a bit of feedback about that through the latest round. People want to see more greening. They want to see improved line marking. They want to see an improved turning head. There is some resistance to any picnic table type seating there. So all of that feedback that we've gathered, we will turn our mind to and using some best practice in urban design, come up with something.
Level surfacing, level surface?
Level surface?
Yes, yes.
Well, the intersection is on a gradient. The curb and channel that we install across the intersection will be able to be transversed over using cycles. So look, that's a detailed design question and we will get to it.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions. We'll move into debate. Councillor Laurie, I think you. And then
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking in favour of the recommendation, it's great to get here. I personally, I think it's a shame it took us as long as it did, but that's a discussion we had last time. We're here now, and that's a good thing. I thank you very much to the staff for all the work they've put into this. Thank you also to all the residents and the schools for their contribution. I think it's a really valuable experience that we've had here, and I hope that we reflect on it in the future. And the reason I say that is because when we initially, last term of council, proposed closing the street temporarily to make it safer for people, that was actually a controversial call. It was a very heated Works and Infrastructure meeting on the day. I remember my friend and former colleague, our former colleague, Councillor Luke Ackland, getting rather quite excited in the meeting, and it was not an easy decision to make. It was a bold decision. It was a decision that put people first. It was a decision that put safety first, and it's turned out to be the right call. So I think this shows actually what good things can come from us trialing things and being prepared to put people first, be bold, potentially take a hit, but actually, do it for all the right reasons. And that's what we've done here, and we've got a great result. 80% support, I think, is wonderful, wonderful music to my ears. So thanks again to everyone who's helped us to get here. Let's do it again somewhere else soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Neil Stevens, obviously you're speaking for the recommendation.
I am indeed, and I tōtoko everything Matt's just said. And just building off of that last point, I think one of the great things that this process has shown us, and it has been longer than was ideal, but taking that time, we've now locked it in and can do this on a very strong footing. But more importantly, we've learnt a whole lot for when we do move forward to do this in other areas, should we choose to, and we'll be able to do it much more effectively and much more efficiently. So I thank staff for really working hard on this, and for acknowledging throughout the process that there were learnings to be had, and that those learnings are being brought forward. Change is always a little controversial, but I think what this goes to show is that when we try things and when we go with what we know evidence shows will be a improvement, we get the community on side, giving them the time and showing them that it works. And so I really hope that we can bring forward these kinds of actions on a wider scale and with that higher degree of efficiency. So very happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Neil Stevens. Councillor Fulton, you've got your hand up, wishing to speak for or against the...
I want to speak for it, and I just have a brief debate. Look, it's great that we've reached this outcome, and it has taken some time, and I look forward to seeing what evolves there.
having just had the art strategy workshop this week, I think there's an opportunity to perhaps engage with Johnny and Ali and see what we could do in terms of the arts and closing off the street. And we talked a lot about holistic thinking and bringing the arts and creativity into everything that we do. And what comes to mind is the poi at the bottom of Washington Valley, which I think was a community submission from an artist who suggested that Washington Valley could do with a poi, and it's so beautiful, and I think it really lifts the spirits of that valley. And then subsequently there's been great landscaping and improves safety for turning vehicles on that area. I'm sure you know where I'm talking about, Marg, but I think that there's really great opportunities to bring art into our roading network. People see it every day, and maybe something which symbolises that area of our community.
Thanks, Councillor Thornton. Just checking that we've still got a quorum of I'm looking at a lot of blank screens. Yeah, all right, good, thanks. Just keep members on, just let them know that we're there. Thank you. Okay, anyone wish to speak for or against the recommendation?
I thought it was we were speaking again for. I was speaking for. I thought that's what we were doing. Sorry, I didn't think it was a question. I thought it was in debate.
Yeah, no, we are in debate.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I could have shaped.
Does no one wish to speak? I'll put the recommendation. It's been moved and seconded. Those in favour, please indicate with a green tick or a red cross. Yeah, I think that's 10, 4 and 5, 11. Great. Thanks very much. Been passed with 100% of those in attendance. Right, the recommendation is carried. And again, thank you to Mrs. Parfitt for turning this around so quickly. I know it took a long time, but once it was brought back, getting back and being out and bring this particular project to a conclusion. The next one are two relatively straightforward matters. The business plan for the landfill business unit, and following that is the NRSVU business plan. So I think, is it reports from you, Mr. Levertis?
Through the chair, yes. I also have the business, the general manager here to answer any questions. But I agree with you. This is just reporting back and presenting the business case and business plans that have already been through this infrastructure committee, where both this one and the NRSVU, there were no comments. We gave those comments back to the board. The board considered it, resolved to approve the business plan, and that now is again before you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Levertis. Thanks, and welcome to Mr. Clark, who's the general manager for both units there. Open for any questions. Councillor Courtney.
No, Brian, I really wanted a second if Councillor, our Deputy Mayor, would move this item. I'd be happy to second it if she is there. I don't know whether she is or not.
No, Councillor Edgar has had to leave. I know that she...
Right, well, I'll move it. Anyway, that's what I wanted to do.
Okay, happy for you to move. Anyone to second? Oh, I'll second it. Any other questions or debate?
Well, I want to say, Mr. Chairman, that the operation Nelson Tasman Regional Land Business Unit is being very well managed, in my judgment, running very well indeed, moving with greater efficiencies in many fields, and I'm enjoying being part as as a member of the committee, enjoying the experience very much indeed, and very proud of what we're doing, particularly in the landfill business unit. So that's why I'm supporting it warmly here today.
Great. Any other discussion or debate? There'll be none. I'll put it. Been moved by Councillor Courtney, seconded by me. I'll put it. Those in favour, please indicate with a green tick. Anyone against? Red cross. Good. It is Carried. Next is the Nelson Regional Service Business Unit Business Plan. Again, very similar process. I'll invite Mr. Levertis or Mr. Clark to speak, but it's Mr. Levertis, your report.
So through the chair, it's exactly the same speech I'm going to give or update as per the previous one. Been to this committee, no comments, been back to the board. Board has approved it in front of you for your presenting it to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. There's an opportunity to ask any questions of Mr. Levertis or the General Manager, Mr. Clark. Okay, I'm happy to move. Councillor Skinner, you also happy to second? Okay, moved by me, seconded by Councillor Skinner. Being no debate, usual rule, green cross, red, green tick, red cross. Oh, got two Councillor Edgars. Councillor Thorne, just waiting for your vote. Are you there?
Councillor Edgar is the one with the face and the tick.
Yeah.
The other one is the at-home version.
Yeah, that's right. Councillor Fulton, are you there, able to vote? Oh, she must have gone. Anyway, it's been carried with a majority. Thank you. Last item in this part of it is the Turunu catchment stormwater. Again, I think your report is this, Mr. Levertis.
Through the chair, now I'll have Lois Plum talk to this. Thank you.
That's right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. The writer of the report is one of my team leaders who is in Westland hunting for deer or something at the moment. So I've been left to present this to you today. This is a piece of work that's been on the books for some time, and the funding is in the long-term plan in the 2024-25 financial year. We have an opportunity, a house that has quite a lot of this pipe work through their property that needs to be replaced, is looking to fully demolish their house and rebuild. And as a result of that, they are happy for us to do our work after the demolition because it just makes everything quite simple. So we need to bring $350,000 from the 24-25 financial year into this financial year. All going well, we have to wait for the owner's resource consent before they can demolish. We're all ready to rock and roll, but we do have to wait for them. They're expecting that imminently, so we believe they will get that and we will be able to get on and get this work done in this financial year. We're all set up, ready to go. We just are waiting for the funds and waiting to ensure that that resource consent is in place. So the recommendation is to ask council to approve the funding is brought forward from 24-25 into this financial year being $350,000. Happy to take any questions.
Right, open for any questions. The only one I have really, Ms. Plum, is bearing in mind sort of the volatile market that we're working in, and there is any delay, is that 350 going to be, is there sufficient flexibility for us to deal with that?
Through the chair, my understanding is yes, that has got some contingency around COVID and the other things that we are trying to deal with at the moment. And we should be, as far as we know, we're fine.
Great, thank you. Right, Councillor Skinner. You're on mute again.
One day I'll get used to that. I thought I had it sussed them last week. Hey, a great report and great project for us to do. Is this something which is ongoing in the sense that we're going to have to do more? I mean, it's great we're taking this water away off that hillside by all means, but is it something also we need to continually do and adapt? Not that that's a wrong thing to do, but.
Through the chair, the catchments in that area are being monitored all the time, and we are upgrading and making changes as require. A lot of those systems even in this one, it goes through a lot of private property. So it's not a simple thing to make the upgrades and the changes when we need to, but the catchments right across that Tahuna Hill area are being reviewed by our activity managers, and plans are in place to, over time, ensure that we respond to the needs.
Very good. And you talk about monitoring the Tahuna Nui slump, etc., in deep-seated instability, as you call it, and the episodic periods of accelerated movement. Is this something which is becoming more of a problem, or is it just something we're just continually trying to keep ahead of?
Through the chair, truthfully, I don't know. I don't know if climate change is going to make the changes or whatever, but certainly the monitoring and the regular monitoring, the understanding of how the movement is occurring, when it occurs, etc., is all being monitored and looked at, and the activity managers are then looking out through to 50 years, 100 years or whatever, to ensure that they are identifying what needs to happen to secure that community over time.
And through the chair, and it's probably a question maybe or support to the chair and staff on it, please let us know, or is there stuff that we can do more of from a governance to enable this sort of thing to be done? Is there something more we can do, Mr. Chair, or support we can give you, Mr. Chair, on this important thing, protecting that land area of Nelson?
Yeah, the geological is a well-known natural hazard.
Yeah.
That does require, and this is what we can do, is there's an opportunity to bring some work forward to get it done. I think the best thing that we can do as governors is support the recommendation.
And very quickly, is it something central government can also put their hand up to help, being it's a very important road going through there, and that's what we protect, not just the hillside but the whole infrastructure along there. Is it something the government is or can, or we can implore for support?
Not sure on this particular project. We're sort of a bit else. Basically, it's a budget, is an item to do the stormwater on some private land that brings the stormwater down off the hill and connects into the stormwater, I think, in the Rocks Road.
Yeah, or goes under Rocks Road. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, no other questions. Someone to move the recommendation. Thanks, Councillor Brand. Seconded Councillor Skinner. Any debate?
No.
There being none, I'll put the recommendation as per the agenda, the recommendation. Those in favour, just a green tick. Right. That's carried, I think, by everyone that's still present in the meeting. Carried. Right, we're just about to go into confidential public excluded session. So at this stage, thank our youth councillors for attendance. I hope you've enjoyed it, enjoyed it, taken something out of it, and we'll report favourably back to youth council on the goings on in the infrastructure committee. And thanks too for taking an interest in the work that we do. So with that, I have to bid you farewell, and we'll see you again at another meeting at another time.
Thanks so much, Councillor McGurk, and thank you everyone for having us.
Yeah. Great. Rightio, at this stage, we're going to move into a confidential public excluded session. The reasons are outlined in the agenda is that we're about to deal with some matters that are subject to protect the privacy of a natural person under 7.1a, and also not to prejudice commercial negotiations under 7.2i, I think it is. So we need to confirm that